it's something I've been doing for a couple of decades at least, this project, and I really enjoy doing it, and kind of I'm really sick of making these. So I brought one, and I was going to give this to Melody as a gift, right? So there you go. And the rest of the stuff is pretty much for sale, and if you're interested, that's fine. What I'm going to do, well, before I start throwing, I want to talk about the clays, because most of these pieces are fairly small objects, and when I'm making small pieces, I really prefer to use smooth clays, something with no sand, no grog. But I never work with porcelain, almost never, for throwing, because it just doesn't have much plasticity as it dries. You know, and the clay that I really enjoy throwing with is this clay called Vegas Buff Smooth, and it's real sticky, gooey clay that when it's firm to almost leather hard, you can still stretch it without it breaking, and that's a real advantage. A lot of people don't like to work with this clay because when you buy it from the manufacturer, Aardvark, it's usually very soft, and when it's soft, it's really hard to work with, unless you're making slabs. So I always wedge the clay until I get it to the consistency that I prefer to throw with, and in wedging the clay for these small pieces, the wedging is just real simple circular wedging, and I'll do this, and then usually on a porous surface like over there, and let it sit for 5-10 minutes, come back and wedge them again, you know, do a whole bunch of them. And if I'm trying to make really taller, very thin pieces, I'll wedge the clay till it's very difficult to wedge, till it starts to become hard to wedge. But the advantage of this is that this constant wedging, this direction, right, and then you turn it and you set it on the wheel, it's that direction, right? So it's very easy to work with. It's very homogeneous, you know, there's no hard or soft, it's all the same. And I would say for any kind of serious throwing, you almost have to always wedge the clay, you know. But depending on what you're making, sometimes you can just take some soft clay and throw it on the wheel, and center it, make something out of it that you're going to trim. So obviously all these manipulated pieces, there's no trimming involved, so I need to get them kind of right where they need to be. So the wedging is really important, and the clay that you use, your choice, is important. If this hand-built cup is a porcelain, a Cone's 5 or 6 porcelain called Nara porcelain, and but for this kind of stuff, it's perfect. But for what I'm doing here, I can do it, but it's limited as to, you know, how you can handle it. So that's very important.
This is Vegas Buff, a Cone 5 or 6?
It's a Cone 10 clay.
Oh, Cone 10.
Yeah. And a lot of these pieces, just it's a good question, like all of these green pieces and that, well, almost all of them, except for a few of these hand-built and thrown pieces, I actually bisque the pieces to the Cone 10 temperature, and then the glazes that I'm using are brushing glazes that I've either made or purchased and adjusted, whatever. But anyway, they're brushed over the surface of the piece and then refired to Cone 5 or 6, right? So the advantage of height, it's kind of like what you do when you make china. So the bisque is always higher than the glaze. So the advantage here is that this can be glazed on the bottom. There's a few little marks here from the stilt, same thing on the lid. But I can fire these separately, glaze all the surfaces, and they still go back together. There's no warping because the temperature is lower than the original bisque temperature. So that's really important. But it's a pain in the neck to glaze high, you know, vitreous pieces. So you got to put a coat on, and it's got to dry thoroughly. And the brushing glazes have mediums in them that are designed so that when they dry, they don't re-wet when you put another coat over it. So you brush it on, it dries thoroughly, it's hard. You can put another coat on, that dries thoroughly, it's hard, and if you choose, put another and so forth, right? Or a different one glaze on top of the other, whatever you want to do. a lot of these glazes right here, I experimented with making a brushing glaze, and then actually I buy these, it's called glass frits, and they're for glass work, but they're ground to different sizes. Some are real fine, almost like powder, and some of them are big, like large chunks, and I add them into the glaze, and when I'm brushing it on, those chunks are just distributed almost randomly, or whatever direction you're brushing.
Would that hold true also for the glazes that are rather like metal?
No, these pieces right here, like this copper glaze that's on this, or this one right here, these are dipping glazes.
Okay.
So these pieces were thrown, bisque fired at a standard bisque temperature, then dipped in glaze and fired to cone 5 or 6. You have to remember, cone 5 and 6 is stoneware temperature. It's 2250, something like that, and cone 10 is 2350 or 2400 at the high end, right? That's not a huge difference in terms of degrees, but it's a huge difference in terms of what happens to earth materials and what they do. So, so this is made out of this clay, and it's only fired to cone 6, so it's not vitreous in the sense that a cone 10 piece was, but I'm not eating or drinking out of this, so it doesn't really matter.
I think Carol was talking about, weren't you talking about those like really golden ones
Right,
that's
but-
in the gallery?
Well, these are pretty
That's what he
close to
said,
that.
that's what he
It's
thinks.
the
Yeah.
same, okay.
These are pretty close to that. They're not exactly the same, but they're close.
Thank you, Melody, yeah,
Yeah.
appreciate that.
So I'm going to start, what I thought would be a good way to do this today would be to, I'll throw a bunch of stuff this morning and use different techniques, and then after we break for lunch or something, I can kind of assemble and alter or whatever. And then if there's time, I brought some material. You were asking me about the lithographic technique. I could probably, do one quick thing just to show you the process and see what that's about.
That's a
But the
treat.
whole printmaking thing would take all day long.
Yeah.
See what this stuff feels like. I haven't thrown a whole lot for a while, so no excuses here, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, so now this clay feels good. And I think it's really important to, when you're sintering, I try to get all the clay from the very bottom of the piece up here, so that when I drop it down into center, it's really centered all the way through. What I want to do is keep some of this good stuff for later. Okay, so a lot of the pieces are made by either throwing them with no bottom and then altering the form, either pinching it together or adding a bottom, or they're actually thrown upside down so that the top of the piece is the bottom of the piece eventually. So that's what I'm going to do with this one is make a piece that becomes, let me just get this right there.
You can throw it upside down and just put a slab.
So this is going to be an upside down beginning. So I open all the way down to the bat and drag it open to make a ring. Okay. And I'm going to leave this piece, this area down here thick, so that when I do flip it over, I have some clay to do something with. So it's a
When you
little,
say thick, about 3/4 of an inch?
yeah, maybe that thick down here, but the rest of the form will be considerably thinner.
About what is the difference?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, what's my question?
She said, what is the
About
difference?
what is the difference between,
Well, I'm gonna leave just this one little area here,
Yeah.
like say 1/2 inch or 3/4 of an inch, then the rest of it will be like 1/4 of an inch or something.
and are you thinking that when you form it, you're going to do some,
No, when I turn it over, I'm gonna center it and throw from that thick part and thin it out to the same thickness as the rest of the piece. You know, so it's just leaving something there. You could add clay and work off the top of it that way too, but you can already see it's got a little buckle in it, so it's not smart to keep torquing it. It's actually a good idea to just straighten that out a little bit before you. I'm not going to worry about that. I just want to get it to a point here. Okay, we'll call that good. So I usually kind of remove the throwing marks on the outside, not always, but I'm going to just go over it one more time.
So you're not worrying about keeping the top, which will become the base, that won't be thick at this point? You're
I don't
keeping
want it to be too thick, no,
Okay.
you're right. There we go. Okay. I mean, I could leave all these throwing marks on here, but I'm going to take most of them off. Maybe just leave it settle. Okay. So then, I'm going to come down here maybe, and I'm putting a little bit of pressure into the wall, and I'm actually just kind of thinning that a little bit more so that I can see if I can get this. There we go. So now I'm indenting this.
So you're pushing out between the dents?
It's like a pie crust.
Like that.
like you're making a pie crust?
Sort of.
So you're kind of touching, but you don't push.
I'm pushing into it, but I'm pushing out at the same time. You know, and yeah, let's see what happens. Okay, so that creates a little bit of a weak spot. So by putting a little bit of pressure against the wall with my fingers, causes resistance, and then this collapses in this very uniform, kind of precise manner, right?
Just pressure, just a little bit above.
Just a little above, so that when you, it's just cut, and you could do this by making a thin slab, taking your finger and denting it, holding the slab, you know, tube, and just turning it like this,
Oh, okay.
right? And it would do the same thing.
So that pressure was mostly from the inside?
No, it's like, just, you know, like, I don't throw with my hands separate, but it'd be like pushing against it like this. So,
And you're just pressing into the clay, not down? Or are you pressing down?
sometimes you could. I mean, on this one, I just put a look, depends on how thin the piece is. So down here at the base, I'll just leave that alone. But I'm not quite done yet. I knew I forgot something.
What do you need?
Oh, that's all right, I just used my fingers. I had a stick, a throwing stick that I make use, but I'm just gonna stretch this form a little bit. Leave it like that. Then the next step would be to, like, one way to do this is to just pinch this in and close it off together. Now, this is fairly wet at this moment and sticky, so I'm just gonna leave it alone for a few minutes and come back to it when it's not quite so wet. So,
What does a throwing stick look like?
it's a piece of wood that I shaped like this. You guys probably have one here. But the one that I use is curved like this. Okay, so that I can stick it in here and just push against the wall without putting my hand in there. But since I forgot that. Anyway, this is good enough for right now. Or this, set that right there. Okay. It's probably only what I needed on anyway. Okay. So this clay was just about right. I have some that it's a little firmer. So this one I labeled number 1. So it's stiffer. Number 2 is softer. And you just have to see how it goes. And
Would you like that put outside?
no,
Okay,
it'll be just fine.
okay.
I just got somebody's hair in here.
I'll show it to you later.
Yeah. All right, so now we're gonna do, I'll do one that, there's the hair again. Get away. So this gets opened all the way down to the bottom. As well, no bottom. You can feel the bat shape. It's not flat. So I will get it. Yeah, so when you're throwing, you can also center clay while it's open like this, a ring, you know. So if I want to mess with it, I can squeeze this in, push the whole thing back down, and kind of recenter this ring. But this is fine for what we're doing here. Okay. So before this gets to be too thin, from the top here, I'm going to push out and create a little flange. This is already almost too thin. There we go. I'm going to pinch this up here and make a little bit more of a rim to the piece. Okay, so now I can lift it up a little bit more.
This is a very nice sheet you did for us here. Step by step with nice.
It is nice. It's really, really well done.
Are you using a similar technique to the one you did before when you, on the other piece?
Pardon me?
Are you using a similar technique?
Yeah, I'm gonna twist this. What I'm doing here is making a different form. So this form will be elongated into an oval shape. And then I'm gonna make a slab for the bottom, make a vessel that kind of works like that. So then we come back here again and just tweak it a little bit. And I don't care if it loses its center or whatever at this point. Well, I care that it doesn't fall down. Right. Let's see what happens. And if it does fall down, we'll do another one. But I'm doing a very extreme, kind of twist to it because I want to, well, we'll just see this is good. Okay. So before it falls down, then I'm going to come in here and take this flange and ruffle it in.
Now, just prior to that, were you putting a little downward pressure on it?
I was actually just barely touching it. It's so soft right now. Okay, so, I mean, it's an odd looking thing at this point, but it's going to become something entirely different when it's, and to cut this off, all you got to do is just cut the ring loose. Like that's it right there. I'm going to do one more of these so that I have a couple, well, I'm going to do a couple of different versions. One would be without a bottom and just, well, you'll see. Okay. That's actually kind of cool what it's doing, but whether it survives or not is another story. Let's do one more. Just, I'm not used to working on plastic. It's different. It's actually pretty good.
What are you used to working on?
Wood or plaster mats, yeah. Thick wood, like particle board. Or just right on the wheel head.
So is the fact that you have not got a bottom on that is what's gonna make it easier for you to turn it into a, I was wondering.
To stretch it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, it just becomes like a slab almost. Let's do another one. Don't have to trim your fingernails.
Well,
Just sand them down. This feels a little better. Try something here for a second. We'll save some of these. We'll get into that later. I just wanted to see how the clay felt. That's not a very good one.
I'll take it.
It isn't. Now the one that has a lid on it right there, the oval form, I would leave this a lot thicker and split off a flange for the lid and a flange for the ruffled element. But we're not gonna have enough time to make, there's not enough time to make a lid and get everything to the right consistency. So, but just, I would do that like right now while it's still thick up here. But, let's just wait and see here.
You're just using your fingers to make that kind of.
Off the center, yeah, just the finger. I wanted to make this one with a bigger rim to it. If I could. Yeah. Okay, so from here, I'll lift it again. But see, this one isn't quite as falling down as the other one was. At this point anyway. And I've just thrown it a little better, I think. Okay. And you could, do all kinds of, using more clay, this could be taller, the same idea, but we want to be able to make things today, so we're not going to make them too big. See what that feels like.
There was a piece last night in your presentation, you said it was about 9 pieces high, and you
Yes,
threw one on top of the other.
right.
You just put another hunk of clay on it, and then you threw it out.
I would throw not a hunk, but I would throw a
Well,
cylinder,
yeah.
on maybe another wheel or on a bat, and then I would drop the cylinder on top of what was there, attach it, and throw it, make everything still in center.
Right, right.
So that was the way, that's one way I prefer working, but, people do things differently. I mean, some people like to just make pieces and assemble them when they're all kind of leather hard. Just gotta get my foot.
That presents other problems.
Well, the reason why I don't like to do things when they're leather hard is because if the shapes aren't right, proportion-wise, like it needs to be a little taller or a little more out, you can't change it.
No.
So I like to work off of something, and then whatever I put on there has to work with that. Right? That's the only reason, really.
So how many wheels do you have in your studio?
Well, I only use one.
Oh.
I have 2, but I only use one. The other one is ancient, and ancient meaning it's like 40 years. of use.
The wheel I like.
And it still works. Well, 40 years
I
for,
object to that.
I'm only speaking of equipment, not other things, right? No, I don't consider 40 ancient because I'm well over that. All right, so there we go. Now, let's see if there's anything else I want to do here.
Is your studio in Orange County?
No, I live in Pasadena.
Or you live in Pasadena?
Yeah. No, I just travel to Orange County to go to the beach,
Oh, that's right.
oftentimes anyway. There we go.
Just as you thin that wall out, it starts to collapse.
Yeah. Well, this one I threw a little bit thicker, just for convenience. Okay, so we're on track here. Good. It's really hard to get these pedals to go as slow as you really want it to go. Or I'm not as fast as I used to be. That's probably more the case.
But the old foot wheel you couldn't use.
My old wheel is a spring on the side. There's an arm that comes off the motor. It's from the armature, and it has a spring and a wire and a piece of wood. So I can just lean on it, and the spring just stretches a hair. It works very well. And the motor, this was an old Solner wheel, the ones he first built when he was at Otis, and it's a motor that you can plug in. It has no switch, so schools don't like that. The safety people don't like that. And you could run that motor for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for a year, and it would be okay. Right? That's the kind of motor it was, but they were so loud. We called them the growler. They just had this growling, grinding noise. Okay, so there's another one that's quite a bit different. This is kind of what I was trying to do the first time, but actually that'll be fun to mess with. And then, before I take this any further, let me see what it feels like. I'm just putting some dents in this. I'm not twisting it again, although I could, but I want these dents in here to do something else with, which you'll see. But this is thrown thicker than I normally would. This is what you would call workshop thickness, right? But you can see the twists are so different than on that one. That one is much, much thinner. So if I were working in my studio and I want this effect and not have the whole thing collapse down as much as that did, I would have just thrown it and set it aside for 10 or 15 or 20 minutes till the whole thing got a little firmer. Or sometimes I use a heat gun, which I don't really prefer doing, but we might use it today, but the heat gun, you can zap it real quickly, you know, but it dries the surface, so it makes the surface a little harder to work on. Sometimes. We cut this loose. Okay.
Could you show us the last, when you were making this of the vertical, could you show us what your figures were doing? We couldn't see because.
If you guys want to get up and look, that'd be fine too. You know, it's hard, I don't know how, I'll try. I don't know if I can do that or not. Let's do that a few more minutes. Okay, let's do, I mean, I can sit here in an hour or so and just generate a whole bunch of things, right? And then we can do stuff with them later. But, it's going to be all right. I'll try to do what you asked, but I'm not quite sure if I can.
Yeah.
You mean in terms of how I'm denting the,
Yeah,
Okay,
how
well-
you're doing the last, the vertical sort
Right.
of things you put in there.
all right,
Well, they're sort of,
I'll explain it.
You have to watch the video.
You guys can
get up
get
and
up
look.
and go to
Yeah.
the other side.
Yeah, you
too.
can do that. Online, there's or I can email you if I don't get this right in memory, but there's I think it's called Media Dawn. That's what it is, I know. MediaDawn.com. And it's Jeff Holden. And he's doing a film well, he started out doing this film at the Amoka Museum for the George Orr Show, and he never finished it. But anyway, it's getting there. But if you go to that website, there's a couple of clips that you can look at that show a lot of this stuff, and he did a really good job of filming it.
Oh, okay.
So I would check that out. So this piece is going to be one of the kind of taco shapes, right? And this is, again, kind of an upside down process. And this is where I would throw on plaster or wood because I actually want the clay that's on the back to be drying pretty quickly. But this will be fine. I mean, I'm not worried about it. But that would be a reason to use a bat like that. I mean, these are really good for some things, but if you throw like plates that you're going to trim, something thick on the bottom that has to be trimmed, these aren't good because they don't absorb any water, right? So, and they warp easily. If you're making large flat pieces of your plates, for example, that you're trimming, I throw them on plaster because I can actually just throw them on there, and by the time they're popping off, without even cutting them off, when they're popping off, they're ready to trim, you know, generally. So, but plaster bats in schools are terrible.
That's
You know,
why.
besides getting plaster in your clay, they just get broken. All the scratch, and people cut on them, and, you know, and they get wasted in a very short amount of time. So, but if you're doing this on your own, that's your responsibility, and then you can take care of them.
Is there a good happy medium, something that's durable but?
Particle board,
Particle board?
I think. I have particle board bats I've been using for decades that, they're starting to fall apart now, you know, but they're still flat,
How thick are they?
3/4 of an inch.
Uh-huh.
We have some right over here, Deirdre.
Yeah,
So-
but, you know.
But you can always bring your own equipment, and we
Yeah.
have lots of plaster. You can pour your own bats and keep them in your locker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made a mold of a plaster bat. A friend of mine's a mold maker, and we just made a silicone mold of the plaster bat.
Nice.
So we can just fill it up with plaster, level it off, and, you know, pull the silicone off. It's very quick. You know, so. And we have one at school for bowl molds that we use. Anyway, what am I making? I forgot. So I'm just, this doesn't even have to be that centered for now. So I'm making this like a slab. I'm going to open it in the center. And then this is where, what I want to do is stretch this out so that when I cut it, it's finished thickness. Probably a red would help.
So you figured all these out on your own, Steve?
Well, I guess, you know, some of this stuff. I mean, I was kind of surprised when I was looking at some of the pieces that, when they asked for stuff for that show, you know, I just put stuff out and said, just pick what you want, right? And the stuff that was, like one of the pieces is like 1990, you know, it's like 1990. This is 2011, right? I didn't realize that I'd been kind of making these pieces. So anyway, the point is, there was a lot of time to practice,
Right.
right? That's the advantage, the time span. You know, and so you just gotta appreciate that.
But you've also been teaching that whole time, right?
I have, don't remind me. It's been great, but I'm kind of getting to the end of it, I think. Not because of the students, but because of the state of California.
That's putting it
Are you
mildly.
you're doing learning outcome assessments, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm the chair of my department, so I have to deal with a lot of that issue. And, you know, the state, for some reason, I'm not really sure of their philosophy, why we're assessing students the way they are asking, because I thought grades really were a reflection of what somebody did in a class.
They like
If you're
paperwork.
grading honestly, you know.
Paperwork.
What's that?
It's basically giving somebody a job.
It's giving them a job, and it's costing us a huge amount of money. And I'm hoping that with this, you know, introspection into how we spend money, that will get changed. And I kind of suspect it might.
Oh, I hope.
I really do. But I was really quite irritated with not just the fact that we have to do it, but the people at our college and how they present it, and with no help. And you know, most of us felt that we're only doing this because the school system has failed students so much that when they come to the college, they need so much remedial help,
Yep.
you know, that's part of it. But anyway, so we ended up doing a video of our students' artwork, gallery exhibits, faculty work, visiting artists, workshops, all that kind of stuff, right? And just presented it as like, well, here's how we assess what we do, right? This
This is part of it. see?
is part of it. Yeah. So anyway, getting off the track. So,
That's all you mentioned.
but it's really tiresome. It eats a huge amount of time.
It does, and especially for art classes, it's
Yep.
really difficult to put that into linear speak.
It is. Definitely.
It's a real joy
So,
kill too.
what's that?
It's a real joy killer.
It
Yes, it
is.
is.
And then, you know, all the people that I work with, I mean, we're constantly talking to each other about what we're doing in the class and you know, in sharing ideas so that we can all come up with a better way to, you know, teach. And so that's really what you should be doing, you know. But what it's become is busy work for bureaucrats to look at, and they don't care. I mean, ultimately, nobody's learning anything from it, unfortunately. We should be getting something out of it. Anyway, so I've made this kind of flat slab and opened it up, and I'm going to raise this into a cylinder here. Hopefully I left enough clay for you. There's a piece in the gallery in the show that's kind of made like this, and it has a printed image on it. And so if I were going to be printing on this, I'd be doing it like right now,
Wow.
you know, with that toner transfer process. So, but we're not going to do that today. So anyway.
How would you keep that from smearing, though?
Yeah, and sticking
Well, I
and-
just get it to the point, you'll see in a second,
Okay.
I'll show you. But this is a kind of an opportunity to do something to the surface because it's going to get folded. So one thing I sometimes do is kind of create a, I don't quite got this the way I want it. Just hang on a second. Forgetting.
So what are you trying to do to that now?
I'm trying to
You
put a
want-
little rim on it, I forgot
Okay.
to. What I'm trying to do is get it to the thickness that it should be, so when I cut it, it's done, and I don't want it too thin, so when I cut it, I have a hole in it. There we go, that's what I want. I want this little flange, I want this little rim. There we go.
Is that plastic, that tool?
This is the plastic putty knife. So cleaning the surface off. Let's see what happens. You'll hear it.
Excuse me.
It's not done yet, but I'm starting. I'm going to create a little textured surface, a chattering, but a wet chattering. That's a little better. It's a nice texture, you know, and so when it's folded, do a little more, just a bit. I think that'll be better. Yeah.
So you held that tool more
I'm just holding
vertically
it
to get it?
softly,
to do-
and
Softly?
as the surface gets dry, it creates tension and it just vibrates, right? And it's not the best one I've ever done, but it'll work for this one. But that's the nice thing about, no, that looks okay, all right. That's the nice thing about when everything's wet, you can just keep going over till you get it the way you want it. All right, so now, I'm gonna come back here, finish this.
So do you just hate to trim? Is that why you
No.
have all this trouble?
No, I don't. Some things, if anything, like those bowls, there's two red, those copper red bowls, those have curved interiors. There's only one way you can do that. You have to throw it, you know, with the curve and trim it afterwards, you know. But these don't, so, but, yeah, trimming's a pain in the butt.
Yes, it is.
It's not anything, you just have to do what you have to do, right? Okay, that looks better. So now, I'm gonna do the same thing. So you were asking me about this, I believe? So,
Yeah, go.
like, fingers go inside,
Go up,
right?
go up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, shift, press, shift, press. These fingers just slide off each bump. And when I do it faster, it usually ends up in the right spacing. But when it's slow like this, I don't move my fingers exactly. See what I'm doing?
Yeah. So the inside ones are not moving up and down at all.
No, I'm just pushing in between them.
Right,
Uh-huh.
Okay,
right.
so that's the indentation. And, let me take the water out of there. And, yeah, I think this is okay. Let's just see what it feels like. That's good.
So you do that right above where you.
Yeah, right above.
That's
So that's a nice big, okay, that's good. I would have liked to have thrown this a little taller, but that's okay. Okay, so for right now, it's just gonna stay like this. I'm gonna come back and work on this in a minute. But it's got nice stuff going on here. I'm gonna take, I'm just gonna release the edge a little bit. Only so that I can actually get a wire in there.
Every time I start watching him instead of here, the camera
Okay, so then when this gets a little firmer, I'll pick it off of here and drape it over something, a tube or something, just to give it a little shape, let it set, and then come back and come back in. There it is.
Have a lot of your students employed these techniques over the years?
I would say not.
Really?
Some,
Too hard.
I don't know what it is.
It definitely takes practice.
I'm
'Cause I took
sure.
your workshop a while ago, and I practiced for a while, and as soon as I started to get it, I had to take some time off play and then to start back up again. I mean, it takes practice.
It takes practice. Yeah, everything takes practice. Everything.
It's not as easy as it looks.
It doesn't look easy.
Everything takes practice. Well, you could start very simply by just a small amount of clay and just make a cylinder and just thin the middle of the cylinder and just try making, I'll do a couple of things.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
fun,
you just
though.
try really simple.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Yeah. You can do a lot. Pick it up and stretch it. Just stretch it. Yeah. Yeah, now just stretch it and then put it
Outside.
outdoors in the sun.
You know what, put
And
it,
wind.
actually, you can put it on our plaster wedging board
Yes,
outside.
that'll help the best.
Or, yeah, sure.
Okay, so now all I'm doing is throwing a slab. Instead of hand building a slab, there's a lot of stuff you can do with, if you throw out the slab on the wheel rather than stretch it out with a rolling pin or otherwise. Okay? So we'll just give you some examples here. The key thing is to compress it. And it's got all this memory, all these particles are centered going in one direction. That's really important. Okay, so now, we'll go back to the chattering cat. So it takes a minute. You can hear it, right? I'm not putting hardly any pressure. This is going to be very subtle. Okay, so there's a really kind of nice mandala, or, you know, go over it again. It'll just get deeper. Actually, this one I think I'll create a bigger idea. It's pretty irritating noise there. Okay, so that's got a nice pattern, right? So we leave that. So then here on the edge,
Fantastic.
okay, so just think of all the things you could do with this. Cut it into a square tile, square plate. Cut it into a parallel slab that you can wrap around a tube for hand building, put over a drape mold, you know, on and on and on, right? So there's that possibility. So what I want to do is, I'll make a few slabs, but another thing you can do here is, I've done this, but I'm hitting the hole in the back. There's the no trim plate. Cut it off, it's exactly the same thickness. Right? Actually, but I want this. I'm gonna do something else with this. This will work. I think that's good enough. Okay. So that's something we'll do something with. I don't know what, but we'll do something. Cut it off. And the cool thing too is you can, when this is a little firmer, you can pick it up and stretch it, right? If you wanted to. You know, I'm trying to, this is too thick for the bottom of that piece, but for this other kind of idea I had, I'll leave it like that. Rather than put a corny little, it's not corny actually, but we'll leave it in there. Okay. But the point is, while the wheel's turning, there's all kinds of possible patterns, right? That you can create with all kinds of tools. And then the other thing is that by throwing something and joining it to something thrown, you have the same kind of play direction, you know, so they tend to go together better, I think. So I'll set this over here. I need more bats.
Debbie, could you grab some under the
Just a
sink?
few. No, we're doing great.
If you were to make your own bats, would you avoid having the hole go all the way through?
You don't need the hole going through if it's a plaster bat.
Actually, for keying something down on a plaster system, those holes don't work too well. They wear out, right? The traditional way would be on your wheel head. You would take, like, we're looking at it straight down, so here's the wheel head, right? Okay, so I would have a bat that fit on the wheel head that would have like some kind of, this would be like a block of wood that was, say, raised a 1/2 inch or 3/4 of an inch, and the edges would be angled. This would be nailed or glued to the bat. Here's the holes, right, for the bat pins, right here. And then when I made my plaster bats, I'd put a coddle around this and I'd pour the plaster over this, and it would leave that triangle shape in the on the bottom of the plaster. So all you have to do is just go, and it's there, and it'll never move, right? And so this and it doesn't even have to be a triangle. It could be like you know, any shape, right? As long as you can pull the bat off of it. So when you cut the edge of this block of wood, it has to have a little rake away from the center, you know, and that's it. But you can make, those are the best keying bats. You know. What was I going to make? Oh yeah, more slabs. Wedging right in front of you on the wheel for small pieces of clay, really the simplest way to do it. So the advantage is clay's been wedged, it's been compressed together and put in a radial symmetry pattern. So it's a lot stronger than taking a slab and stretching it one direction and pulling the particles away from each other. So when you throw a slab, just fire it and then hand build a slab and fire it, and then put your finger on it and go ding, 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 and see what they sound like. A lot different.
Really?
It's not that one's better than the other. We're not doing that, we're just saying it gives you advantages.
Because if the particles are in a circular, they're all supporting each other.
Yeah, structure is different. If you have like a stick, like a rolling guide stick, or something with a straight edge, like a ruler,
This
You
hard,
know,
right, there's some,
I'll
yeah.
show you.
Is that okay?
Kinda long, but,
Right behind you, Sam, in
is there a ruler in there?
yeah, there is, second
Oh,
drawer
ruler would be
down, there
perfect.
should be,
'Cause
yeah.
otherwise then I gotta take this off.
No, there we
That's
go.
it, thank you. This'll work.
Isn't there a smaller one in there?
Wait a minute,
Yeah.
I'll use this.
Okay.
I got some, what do you got? Yes. Thank you. Whoops. This is hard to do with this here, so I'm not gonna. Yeah, forget it. It's all right. I was just using this to straighten it out.
So you're just trying to get perfectly flat?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna
Okay.
worry about it. I'll use, it's close enough. I was trying to get it to the thickness that I wanted, so I didn't have to use too much. This is good. So would you just try this again, see what happens? So when I press harder, it bends. It's going to bounce differently than when I lighten up. Nice pattern on this one. Nice and deep, right? Okay. So this one, it's actually a little too thick for the piece. Doggone it. But, oh well.
Can you go back and?
I can stretch it. I can stretch it after it.
That's gorgeous, I love that.
Okay, so there's a nice slab for the bottom of the piece. I wanted to have at least two slabs so I could use one as a bottom and one to make something out of. You know, so that's good. And I thought about, there it is. Oh, you're okay. I'm
Sure,
okay.
you got enough room?
I got enough
Okay.
room. Just like, there we go. Now, we want to make a couple of smaller pieces, you know, just to have some things to show you what you can do with a cylinder. Yeah, it's a little crinkle inside. But if you squeeze it enough, but you know, like with porcelain, when you buy porcelain, it's always too soft, right? Well, you get a bag and it feels really hard, but it's a mistake to use the bag without altering it. You know, when you get a bag of clay and you throw it on the floor on each side, it's tremendously softer than it was. So you got to change that. But usually the stuff I get is too soft, so it always has to be wedged. But then if I forget it and it's been sitting for a while, then I go to wedge it, there's a hard piece in there, it never disappears, right? So it's really kind of hard to, you have to pay attention, I guess. There we go, that feels good now. So we're going to do one here that we open all the way to the bottom. There's actually more clay than I should have used. I really meant to use make a smaller piece. So I'll do that on the next one. Well, I got another one. Lean back. Should have wedged this clay. This is where the bottom's thinner than the top. We're not gonna worry about it. We're just gonna go with it. But this clay has got, it needs to be wedged. We're just gonna just let it do whatever it's gonna do. There you go. So just think of this as a cylinder a slab, right? That you just put around the form. Let it do whatever it does. I don't even care if it's, yeah, that's good. Of course, I would usually wait a little longer, but well, it's not so interesting. I want to do another one. There we go. That's what we want. That's not gonna stick, is it? watch. So you guys is everybody in here throwing? Right? Okay,
You, maybe
so
if you want to try.
you can handle this much clay, right? Okay. So you could throw something where you could just make a cylinder that could be either aimed in or out or straight, whatever. Try and throw it as thin as you can. See this clay that's been wedged just behaves totally different than the other stuff. Totally. So even if this was as thin as you can make it, you could still weaken a part of it and twist it, right? So that's an option. I would just like to get this, that feels good down there. It's a little thick up here.
So which part are you leaving it slightly more thick?
I'm trying to make this thin all the way through.
Or you want-
This is, I'm not gonna do anything except
so-
twist it, and then I'm gonna alter it after we're, you know,
So it's a uniform thickness?
fairly uniform, yeah. Okay, so the last thing here, if this is going to be the top, I want it in this form, I want the top to be a little narrower. But it doesn't like to go back. There we go. Cut some of that off. It's still more than I wanted to make. So then, right, there we go. There's just a fairly thin cylinder that's got a little taper handle, not much. And then at the bottom here, I'm going to put this faux foot ring.
Have you left the bottom?
This is the bottom of the piece, yeah.
So have you left it open?
It's open, yeah, because I want to,
Okay.
it doesn't have to be, but I did. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, so I'm going to tweak this a little bit.
Are you thinning that bottom now?
Not so much, I just kind of wanted it aimed a slightly different direction. Okay. So we're going to collapse this. The top is really tweaked. So I'll get it there. There we go. We'll go back to this, fix it. Maybe I should do something there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just got a weak spot. There we go. I can actually get rid of it. Or we'll just push it. Since it likes to. It's Probably not a smart thing to do. There. Okay, so we'll just keep this as a real basic shape. And we can mess with it a little later.
You had a chalice in there go across the way. Was the stem thrown separately?
The stem is thrown separately, yeah.
Did you attach them though on the wheel?
Yes,
You threw them together.
yeah. Well, I'm just gonna do something here. Well, I'm not gonna twist it, but I just wanted to show you that essentially all I'm doing is looking at this as a form to mark up, right? And then what we do with it later will be something else. And who knows? I'm not real stoked on this one. That's okay. Well, it could be good. So just cut it loose. I'm gonna go for a little smaller piece here in a minute. Yeah, you can do something with this. It's all food. What I should do before I get any further here is come back and do something with this. Okay. So. This is good. All I want to do on this particular one is just close this in. I think I saw something in here the other day that was pinched on the bottom like this.
Uh-huh, we do the,
Yeah.
Stella, what we call the Stella cup.
What do you call it?
Stella. Actually, I think she might have learned it from you.
Okay. Well, this could work as a hand building thing as well.
That's it, yeah, that's
Yeah.
what it is.
Okay, so I'm just kind of closing this thing off. Okay, and then, yeah, on this one I think I'm going to create a little shape here. Okay, like that. Now, that's fine, okay. So the idea here is to allow this to stiffen enough so you can flip it over without it collapsing. So what I would do is, I'm going to put some water down here just to keep this wet. What I would normally do is take a piece of plastic like this and just kind of wrap it around the piece and just let it sit out long enough for this to stiffen up enough to flip it over and, you know, work on it. So hopefully I think we can get it to that point. Drop it down a little lower here. There we go. So this would just be sitting here, and in whatever course of time, it'll be ready. Now we could put a heat gun to it and then see what happens, but that kind of stresses it, so we'll see. All right, so the next thing here is, what did I say? I was going to make, I want a couple of, let me think for a minute. Okay, yes. This needs to be a lot wider. Have to get this into the rhythm of the plastic bat. Plastic bats have a little taco shape to them, you know, they're kind of curved, so the bottom's always doing that. So if I'm grimacing, it's because I'm just squeezing that till it kind of jumps off the surface there, which it did, which is good. So that's a lot better. Okay, so what I was trying to do earlier is just make something really simple. Let's just say like that. And then after I do this, what I'd like to do is I'll show you some ways to make handles for these pieces using a wheel as a, and then we should be, we could just take a break or whatever. Okay, so here, all I want to do is indent this. If I do it at the right speed, it works out perfect spacing. Slow down. Okay, so we collapse it. A little bit more.
At this stage, are you just supporting the top and just turning the wheel, or are you throwing it down?
Slowing down, just putting a little squeeze against it to create resistance. Okay, so there's the, that's all I wanted to do.
Okay.
Let's do it a little more. There, that's it. Okay, that's all I wanted. So I can show you some, there's like an infinite number of things you can do for this. Yes. Okay. And handles. Handles and snakes. So you know about throwing off the hump, right? Okay, because that's what I'm doing here. Sort of.
I'll figure it out. Well, we have mine. Yeah, we have mine. I'll make copies. So you start, the base is rather thick. And you just keep
Yeah. Let's concentrate, kids. Hey, thanks.
So for some of the handles that I make, I use this process where I throw rings. And the rings could be plainly made, or they could be made with surface marks. And then the step here is to come in and cut it off.
That's so cool.
What I could use is like a board that I could put these on, and something that's not plastic, because I want them to dry a little bit.
Plaster or wood?
Wood would be,
Come in right
I
up.
don't want to dry it too fast. Oh, excellent, thank you. Okay, so just take them off, set them down. I'm gonna do one more here. I'll do a bunch, but I just want to make it a little smaller. Do something with the same marks, sort of.
Did you come up with this yourself too?
Well,
These
I've seen
round
people
handles?
make handles using the wheel, making rings, but maybe I added something to it, I don't know. Pardon me?
You've shown us this? I missed it. I like it.
That's always good. Don't you remember? The idea is, one way to use these is you can just fold them like a coffee cup handle, you know? So I would obviously let this wait longer, but you can use it as a handle, a lug. What's beautiful about the throwing is that because the clay is so soft and wet, you can bend and twist this stuff into these kind of really beautiful little canes that can then be folded into handles. So that's one use. We could apply that. Let's see if this works on this one. Yeah. So just think of all the, and these could be made much larger. It doesn't have to be whatever. If I were making I have made really large handles this way. I'll throw it on a bat, one thickness, make the handle, cut it off, it just sits on the bat.
So when you then folded it, you were not worried about air when you twist it?
No, never.
How is it neon while you turn it away?
Well, it's just a myth.
No, don't tell them that. It's good to be fried.
No, air can be a problem. It can be a problem in forms and certain kind of shapes. But, there's air spaces, there's air in everything. It's all porous, So, I don't know, I've never had a problem with it. I don't know what to say. But anyway, I'm going to do a couple more here. But, you can make different kinds of marks.
It's in front here.
This one?
Next to it.
Under.
Yeah, right under your towel.
The red one? I was looking for the small one of these. It's probably in the bottom.
Underneath the
There it is.
tray.
Thank you. So you could use the same technique here. Really nice, okay. Very soft and subtle. So that one's good. Just have to get this part right. There we go. Okay. And so forth, right? So anything that you could think of to do on the surface is valid. So let's try one more and come up with something different. You could use some kind of roulette to do stamping on, but this is pretty wet, so it's kind of hard to do. But I was thinking, let me try this for me. So there's a mark, that when folded I can see has potential. I can see painting this with slip, putting some color on it. That could be nice. I guess I'll cut them off, and whatever we don't use, we'll just save as samples. Let's do it differently. You do a combing mark.
What are you calling that?
Comb,
Comb.
like a comb, it has
Comb
a
mark.
teeth. Okay, so there's another kind of mark, and on, right? So, or just plain.
Cutting that off with a needle?
No, it's a little tiny blade.
Oh,
Yeah, one of those
I also use this method to make quick stamps. So by making something like this, you can take, this would be good.
Did you say quick stamps?
Stamps.
Stamps, you know, for stamps.
There's a stamp, you can cut it off. Okay.
Yeah.
Not so hard. And you can also make them, and now let's do one more. We're gonna make. Just want the surface. I don't know if that's deep enough to leave that line. I don't think so. But when this clay was firmer, if you let this get leather hard, you just carve on it. Yeah. Also make, oh, I don't know. So in the exhibit, there's a turquoise large urn that has these kind of figurative pieces added to the top. They were all made by throwing off the hump like this.
Is that turquoise you've used, is that a cone 6 or cone 10?
That's a cone 6.
Thank you.
I don't fire glazed stuff at cone 10 very often. These are getting coated here. Let's try some here.
There's the cowboy hat.
That's right. Well, let's do this, let's leave a little piece right here. Okay, we'll use that. Now, let's see if this is going to work with these pins here. I'm not so sure. Maybe. There we go.
So you're going pretty fast when you
I don't know.
pop him.
You'll have to figure that out. I mean, it's hard for me to, sometimes, but the main thing here is you just have to practice it, okay? Because what helps is I seal the edge down against the wheel, right? So kind of make sure it's tight. Take your stick. It's just like you're cutting off the bottom of a piece, right? So you cut down to the wheel head. Then I'm going to hold this in opposition to the direction of it, hit it, see that one I almost missed, and then stop. That's got a nice ruffle to it, but it's not what I started. Let me make a couple more. So I just got to do this over and over. I haven't done this in 2 or 3 months, so it takes a little while for it to come back. I'm going to make a little smaller one. That's what I'm kind of looking for, a little tighter pattern. Yeah, like that. Okay, I want to show you some of the things we do with it. It does. It has a candy
Ribbon candy.
ribbon. Yeah. So, angle it in. This one in. Yeah, I need to fix some. Oops. I hit the pin. Probably. So I can press this into the wheel, that helps. What I didn't do, I gotta clean this off occasionally, I get so much clay on it, it's just sticky to everything. Alright, so come in here, cut off a little piece, all the way down. Come in here and hit it, and you gotta stop it before it goes too far. Oops. And that one's got a nice little pattern to it. And, you know, if I were really, I mean, I'd sit here and do this over and over, and come up with a whole bunch of them, and stack them in a box full of plastic, and, you know, store them so I could use them later. So I could forget about them.
Hibernate in the winter.
Yeah, they can hibernate, right. See, every so often, it's just don't hit it at the right angle or something.
Can't wait to see what you guys do Monday.
It takes some practice, you know, to do this, but, see, that was coming out great, and then I lost my grip. All right, we'll get it, one way or the other. I should probably do this. I wonder if this would work better on the plastic bat, but we'll see. I don't know. There we go. So that's a real thick one, right? Which, and this clay, maybe if it were a little softer, it might flow a little better. I don't know. That could help. But it's working all right. I mean, I'm satisfied with those. I just want to get a couple of a certain kind to show you some options here. In fact, maybe what I ought to do is open this up, stretch this out. Bring this up, we'll work on it like this. These are all techniques that are, oh, well, see, I just can't do it with these pins.
No,
That's the
no,
problem.
you hurt yourself.
All right, I'll get there.
You want a bat?
No, I'll just make a smaller diameter. That was gonna be a good one. It'll be all right. Make them
It's
small.
always the one that got away.
Usually when I throw with pins, I don't even put the nuts on the bottom. I just stick them in the hole and put the bat on it. It rattles a little bit,
Rattles and then makes it go like.
not much. You know. And then if I don't want the pins, I just take it off, pull the pins out, right? But it's okay. We'll get there. All right, so cut into it. That's a real thick one. Still not riveting enough, not quite right. Running out of clay.
Is it the clay that's?
No, no. I'm just
Oh, crap.
not touching it right. Make them a little smaller here. Try that. That's what I want.
Oh, ready to drown.
It's all right. We've got enough to work with. I just want to use this up and show you that it's not all that simple.
No.
Just take some practice and feel. The other thing is, if these sticks are too sharp, like brand new sharp, they're too sharp, they just cut everything up. A little lighter touch. Too wet. And I might do some more a little later, but I think I have enough. We'll just see if I can get one out of here. Yeah, this is all funky. It's funky, but it worked. There's that. We'll get there. Just, I put so much water on this, it's turning into almost there. Sure is soon. There. These were some little ones.
Yeah.
That was precious. I know what that means. I haven't figured out what cute means. It's a word that's used often. So you go, what does that mean?
Like a baby kitten.
Yeah. There we go. Well,
Little girls in their mother's high heels. They're so cute.
I don't know. Okay, one more. We're almost out here. We're almost done. Might as well use it. Well, actually, you can do this. Sometimes, I want to see what happens. I didn't hit it right, but sometimes you get really beautiful. Sometimes.
Great demo.
Okay, so let me wipe my hands off and I'll show you a couple of things with the handles. Fold this, right? So here's a folded form that makes a beautiful shaped handle, right? So that's an option. Oh wait, I was gonna put that in there. Mess that one up. This one looks pretty good. Excuse me. I think I want a small one. This subtle. Okay, so I lay this inside. Yeah, let's just do it like that. And then fold this. Pretty simple, really, when you get But this is what gives you this kind of detail. Like that. And then this handle can be twisted, right? I'm not gonna do it on this one, I wanna keep, I'm not sure what we're gonna end up here with today. If nothing else, you can see how the handles work. Pretty easy to just stretch in one direction. And so, I've done that, I'm gonna turn it upside down, and now, I'm gonna stretch it this direction. And I'm being pretty sloppy about this, normally I kind of clean this up a little better, but
No slip.
no slip because it's all really wet right now. So all I have to do is kind of pinch it together into this pouch. Right? So this is pinched, and then I'm going to turn it over. And before, actually I find this really helpful is to take during the break we made this peanut mold, right? So Peanut Man. And just kind of put these down on the table, carefully put clay over it. And so you could fire this would burn out, or you can take them out and then use it as a press mold for these shapes, right? So, but what I mostly need is the plaster bat. I find the plaster is really helpful because now I come in here and I'm going to take my finger and just kind of push down against the plaster and really join this seam together.
You think we'll need more time for that?
Maybe a bigger one if you have one, but for now I'm okay. Okay, so this has all been joined together. And there's, you know, a huge, infinite possibility here. Now, this piece was made out of something that started like this, but I've let this sit outside and it dried pretty quickly, so I don't know that I'm going to be able to bend the whole form easily, but for now, I'll show you how I start these, and that is, you know, I can take this and come in here and pinch. In fact, this got dry pretty quickly out in that wind, so what I might do is, you know, but whoops, before I pinch it together, I might put some water and slip on here, just to, when I squeeze it, it'll squeeze together better. We'll see.
Unfortunately, I think this is about the biggest we have.
That's okay, we'll make do. Thank you.
Yeah, there's some.
So this comes down in here, this comes over here, I'm going to pinch it together.
And that one, the one in the back, we'll turn it upside down, the round one in the back.
This is going to go over on this side, and do the same thing.
Oh, it's not fully level.
Okay, so here's the start of a form, right? Now, I can bend the whole thing, which is what was done here. On this one, I left the piece. On this one, perhaps, what I would do is, I'll do a little something different. Yeah, like that. Okay. And then on this particular piece, I might first, there's all kinds of possibilities. I could cut a hole out here, make it like a handle, but on this one I want to just to get it started, we'll go back and finish it up. Okay, so now here's this form. So I continue pinching. This is all joined together really well. Okay. Take this out for a second and take a look at it. Okay. So that's kind of the start of it. Maybe this will bend. Yeah. Okay, so now it's got a little curve to it. But that was all from the cylinder. Okay? And that's, I'll come back to this and work on it a little bit here, but I want it to sit. So we'll just say, for now, that's at that stage. Okay. Then we've got this guy. Gotta get organized.
It's a good one too. I got that one.
Yeah.
This one, the bottom's all gooey and wet because I didn't really clean the water out, but now, do that. I can. Way too wet. I'm going to kind of do the same thing on this one, I think, just to, so, if I kind of cinch the rim down, I shouldn't really be altering the shape of the whole piece, just the bottom. It's so wet, it's like it's starting to fall apart. But we won't worry. Any other things to worry about? But it's the same process, essentially. Turn it over. This is where my stick is really helpful, but I can use my finger. That's actually in good shape. I'm going to let it sit for a minute. So here's another kind of manipulation to the form. So here in the body, I'm going to pinch this way in. Actually, it's funny, the one that I least liked is looking most interesting. So what I'm looking for is, maybe this will work. Do you have anything like a dowel that's something round that I can just like go in here?
Don't we have dowels?
Everything I've got is too big.
Do you get this?
Oh yeah, that works, thanks. Had one right in front of me. So I just want to go in here and kind of, it's too wet inside. There we go. So by pushing down on this, not only you join it together, but I'm kind of creating a bottom that it'll sit on. Although it could make legs for it, or some kind of foot could be added. But for now, let me just get it. There we go, so it doesn't fall over. Okay, so then with this shape, there's some options here. I'm pinch it a little harder, make sure it's. So I can cut. We'll come back and join this together in a minute, but I could cut this out so it has kind of a built-in handle, right? Or I could cut the whole thing off and add a handle. Or I could leave it where it is and then add something to it. Those are all options. But now I need to pinch it a little further. It's a nice seam on the inside where two edges, you know, I try to keep that seam. I'll come back and cut all that out later, but for now, I just wanted to sit. So that was from a cylinder. We'll take some of these bigger cylinders. And I could go through the same process here with this one too, but I want to do something different. So on this one, to turn it into an oval shape, you know, and it's pretty simple. You just kind of pick it up and spread it. And then I'm not looking on the outside right now. I'm really just kind of looking inside to see what's happening. So that's kind of like with these two forms over here, how they're made, right? And all I care about at this point in time is what this shape looks like. And I don't care about whether it's not balanced yet or not. It looks pretty good. And then in order to add a bottom to it, I've got this slab right here. And I pick it up, I can say, oh, this is a little too heavy. Right? So, it's pretty wet. Excuse me. When you work on these boards, can you cut on them?
Yeah.
You can.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to leave it on here, I think. But clay will stick to this, right? A little bit?
A little bit.
Okay.
If
Doesn't
it's
matter
kind of,
which-
if you put it on the side that's already wet, it'll stick a little bit.
Okay, well, I don't want it to stick.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, so
Then
this
it's
will
fine.
be good.
Another dry one?
Yeah.
What's that?
I said we'll give you another dry one.
Yeah, if we
Oh,
use
it's
the dry
okay.
one, it won't stick.
I'm just going to transfer this so you can kind of see what the process is. So what I got to look at is just the overall shape. Now these can be elongated extremely or just subtly, whatever you want. But and I kind of plop this down so that the center of this slab is in the center of the piece. Although sometimes I think it looks better when it's deliberately off center, which I like that better. So I'm going to do that. Okay, anyway, at this stage, let's just say that's good. Because everything is so darn wet, you know, I just push it together. I use this as a turntable. So it's really all about timing.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not nearly, let me just cut this, get rid of the excess. Like I said, I usually do this on a plaster bat. If I'm cutting on plaster, I cut very lightly, so I don't really cut all the way through. You can still just kind of rip it away. Okay, so that gets it started. And then you can come back and right now I'm just pushing it together. This particular clay is really good working this way. It just sticks together. Some clays are a little more difficult. You know, what clay, like some porcelains I've worked with are really hard to. Okay, so then we'll take a damp sponge and we'll just kind of run it or pull. Ooh, this is all covered with some weird stuff. Dark clay. There's a whole lot of different edges you can put down here, but I'm going to do what's quickest, I guess. Okay, so that's really pushed together well. I normally would come back and cut it one more time, just to give it a line. Steady. Flush. This is probably the hardest part, is get all this stuff off of here. It's all stuck, of course. I don't want to sit here and pick at this. But let me see if I can, maybe I can do it this way. Go under it. It's sticking to this paper. These are called slab mats, right?
Mm-hmm.
You like them?
Well,
I haven't had a chance.
I like them pretty much. The reason we're using them is because we don't have a porous surface on our tabletops right now.
Uh-huh.
Since renovation, we got these tables, so we were looking for a good solution.
That plywood would really
Yeah.
solve your problem.
That sounds great.
We had the same problem with the tables that we got. There we go.
Well, because we're looking for a surface that we can clean and is not dusty, so.
I got an idea. Now, if I set this in,
Do you need another slab mat?
yes, please.
Teeter, grab him a slab mat.
Yeah, anything, it's all right. It's just wet.
Right, same spot?
Yeah, that's fine, thank you. I'll just set it there for a second. Clean this up. Now, maybe I can pick this stuff off of here. Yeah. I told you this clay was sticky. This is really annoying. Okay.
So optimum, you would be waiting longer for this to dry longer for this?
Yeah, I
use?
would, but
Okay.
I usually do
yeah.
this on
Not too
plaster.
bad, yeah.
The plaster dries it really quickly.
Uh-huh.
It's a material when I went to college, nobody really used, you know, for some reason. And then years later, one of my friends that I went to school with, he's a plaster model and mold maker. And he turned me on to all kinds of things you could do with plaster. It just made a whole lot of sense for a potter. But, all right, so I come in here, stick it to the mat again. We don't care about it this time yet. But what I'm trying to do is just get some kind of consistent edge started. We'll say that's good. And what I like to do on these is to come in and kind of pinch them down like a pie or. And it's a nice, it works with the pattern of the piece.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Gorgeous.
It's my solution. I don't like the real beaded edge anyway, so I'll have to clean up some of the crumbs on it, but you get the idea.
The texture's beautiful with the light and the shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh,
Perfect, just like that.
good.
Yeah.
Bueno, okay, so that's nice. Now, I'm gonna do the same thing I did on that form. I'm gonna come in here, this is where, see, this is getting stiff, but it'll do something. Now, if this were softer, you know, actually with this clay, one of the things you can do before I bend it too much, just get it a little damper. It'll suck this in a matter of seconds.
This clay body doesn't have any sand or grog in it.
No. Now, there is a version of this that you can buy that does actually. You see it's tearing, we don't care about that right It just got a little, there we go. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. For those little tears that are in there, I'll just take some soft clay and this is pretty soft. I'll just patch them in. But normally, if I were working like this, and this is too stiff on top, I'd spray it with water, cover with a bag, let it sit for 10 or 15 minutes. It's going to soak it up. It'll be easy to work with. But unless you guys want to sit here for 15 minutes and watch it, talk about something else, I think I'll just force the issue, so to speak. So actually, since we're going to do something from the outside, there we go. Just push this in, bring it in here, and I'll work on it later.
There you go, it looks intentional.
What's that?
That's it, now it looks intentional.
Yeah. And it's just that I'm stretching it, it's not bending it, so where it's soft, it's pulling and tearing. Yeah. So be it. Anyway, good enough for now. Okay, so then what I wanted to do next was, after I pinch it together, on this one, and I kind of like the shape of it, but I want to get the top a little wetter so I can do something to one side. There is one more hole there. Okay. Now, see what happens. That works. Could be a little damper. First, this. Kind of nice just like that. Just missed my timing on this a little bit. Well, I left it out there and the air was hitting the top of the piece, so. But you get the idea. But this is, like I said, this is what I like about this clay. Now, if I were doing this out of porcelain, this would just be tearing, breaking, crumbling, falling apart. No way could I do what I'm doing at this stage with porcelain. And I've tried. Okay, so there's an edge that kind of works differently, and I like it asymmetrical. I leave this one just the way it is. Yeah. And then the next step is, I'm going to release this from this, put it on a board, and kind of finish it up. And we'll add some handles to stuff later, right? We're just going to do that last. I think that would work the best. So I know that's going to be stuck. Well, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, definitely. Since I'm not going to be pushing down on it anymore, it's not. This is perfect surface for it. Feels pretty good. Gosh. Clay dust. Okay, so what I want to do next is come in here and look at it for a minute. I have to clean all this stuff up on the bottom, but that's no big deal. Okay, so that looks good. That looks good. So I want to cut these pieces out in here. And you'll see already the change, look at the difference between the shape now and the shape with it, you know, now it has like a real movement to it. Yeah, so that really helps. And there's a lot of possibilities here. I could put buttons or legs on this, you know, lift it up. I don't think any of these have it. But in the show over there is one that does. Okay, so that has really a lot more going for it. And then if I want to kind of, I'm going to pinch this a little bit more just to get a little more into it. And I'll come back and cut it here in a minute. The twists work really well with the way this thing goes. All these little dents that I made in here above that, at this point, I might come in here. If I tear holes, don't worry about it, because it's too dry. We'll fix all that. But this little pinching kind of livens it up a little bit, I think. I'm going to fill all those areas with the broken up clay. What did you call it?
Schmutz.
Schmutz? Yeah, it's not real. I call it scroddle, but but schmutz is good too. Okay. So this goes in here. Yeah, just tear it. There we go. So it looks like somebody just shot it or something. So it's at that stage. Yeah, that's a pretty lively form. That's good. Okay, so we'll do a bunch with that. Make some handles for it and so forth. This one, hope we didn't get, oh, jeez.
Oh.
Well, you know what? I'll get it really wet and let it sit for a few minutes while we do something else. Not too wet. Just let it soak in. Let's see if this one works. Okay, so there was the flat piece that's been draped over this. I'm going to pick this up. That's what it looks like on the inside. Right? But it's pretty nice on the inside. And this is actually a little stiff right now too, but because it's a little thicker piece, or the shape of it's easier to work with. So I'm going to clean this edge up. All dried up. All dried up. So we've got schmutz. Clean that edge. So we're just bending. And it's going to hold its shape just like that, right?
Wow.
I've never left one open like this. You kind of like it open on this one, but you know, whatever. I'm just showing you. There. So, but that's the start of it. And so there's all kinds of possibilities. I like, I'm just going to look at it. Okay, so that's good.
Oh.
Just kind of walking along. What I'll do is, I'll close it up because I want you to see the process. But, and then sometimes I'll take one of the ribbons I don't have a real long one, but this will work. This will work just fine. Even without pinching it together, you can see what's happening, right? So, just to hold it there for a second. So then there's the form, right? It starts to go like that. But you can't, it is possible to insert. Let's see if I do just part of it. Maybe a little longer. This one was long enough. We'll just put it back. There we go. Okay, so we're close. So you can see how that, I haven't really got it in there right, but I don't know that I should have worried about all this stuff. So I put these kind of little pie crimps in here, and I'm actually going to use them as pressure points to just kind of squeeze everything together. It looks to me like, and in the meantime, just for a little support here, put something in here. Just take some of the weight off of that. Okay, so that's the idea for the form, right? And then there's a lot of possibilities here at the what you do with this. So, like the one that you got right here, you know, I just kind of whimsically turned it into a little creature, so that's a possibility. The one that's in the show, kind of folded it in a different way, and I don't think there's any more of these, right? Oh yeah, that one right there. That one's another little creature. You know, so I don't even know what to do with this. Let me think, or look at it for a second. You like it like that? Just leave it alone? Okay. All right, we'll leave it, fine. So I'm going to make a little head for it. Okay, so anyway, here, I want to make sure this is joined pretty well. That's good. I like the way it's very, might be kind of nice to, you know, do a little bit on the rim here. Like just, you know, maybe just that. You know, just to change the roundness. I like that. Okay, I could do that all the way around, but we'll just leave it like that. Okay, so then the next thing is, I'm going to make one of the reptile heads or dog head or whatever you guys think it is. Okay? So, this with a dragon head. So, take a little piece of clay, kind of roll it into a little cone shape.
Can you hold that up, George? I mean, Steve, could you hold that up so she got this?
So it's just this little
Thanks.
cone, and I usually work with a little damp sponge where I keep my fingers wet because my hands are really rough. And when I do this, I just like tear up the surface of the clay. So that's a start. And the next thing I'm going to do is just kind of shape it a little bit so it has kind of a head to it. And then for the nostrils, anybody got a pencil? Go. Yeah, this will work. Thank you. So right here, just kind of Stick it in there. Okay, so now we're getting the nostrils.
It's an aardvark.
And then I've got some kind of tool here. This will work. It's got some teeth to it. So we'll press that. Press that. And then for the eyes, use the end of this. Okay, there's kind of like the head. So if you go to Mexico or any kind of country all over the world, like Spain or Italy or Vietnam or any place where there's traditional folk pottery, you'll see all kinds of stuff like this. Especially in Thailand and Vietnam, they make these dragons for the pots that are, heads don't look exactly like this, but the same kind of making process. And the people who make all this stuff are usually kids, you know, that do these parts. They just that's what they do. So, okay, I have to use some sort. Schmutz some on there. And it does kind of complete the shape. Right? Can I borrow your pencil one more time? Thank you. I need some eyeballs for this. I mean, I've made lots of these and done lots of different things with them, thank you. But haven't really, you know, they're just kind of a fun thing to do. I try to make really large ones, very difficult to get the timing right. Really difficult. Most of them fell down. And then some of those were nice when they fell down because we became something else. Another technique that I used, and I'm pretty sure I brought that tool today, but now I'm kind of not seeing it.
He's magnificent.
I thought I had my little, oh, I had a little roulette for, you know, the pencil sharpener. Have you seen that? Okay, I forgot it. That's all right. Sometimes I would apply some kind of like rolled edge to this for texture, you know, it's just a subtle kind of thing. It's not critical.
Yeah, I think you have it on that one.
Yeah, but I forgot to bring it. So, you know, something that I can roll around the edge and leave a mark, right?
We don't have that one.
But
I don't know. We might,
It's,
actually.
a little unrelated, but you have that bowl there that's got the indentations, but you
Yes.
can't feel it on the other side.
yeah, how did he do that?
Yeah.
How
Okay,
did he?
do you have to, does anybody know? Besides you?
Did you add pieces?
I'll do wood, I'll show you. I'll do wood. That was better than telling. Okay, well, so we'll call this done, right? And then what we want to do is, I want to get to this one. Oh, we got lots of time. Yeah, let's see what kind of stuff. We'll find some good stuff. I'm not going to roll. Yeah, that'll make a big mark.
We should
That's okay.
have those ones that we, yeah.
It would be like this, but much finer,
Yeah.
you know. But that's okay. It doesn't. It's thank you. It doesn't really matter.
It's
This
fine,
is
we get that.
just getting the idea of everything.
Well, and
Okay.
that other one you have has it glazed, so you see what it looks like.
If you take apart the blade on the inside, how it has that thing,
Do you have a pencil sharpener?
and then he puts the
A
wire.
hand
Well,
one.
not a,
Not one I can tear apart.
Anyone have a hand one?
Oh, you don't have a hand one? Oh, it's an electric one?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have a.
not anymore.
If those ever break, you take those inside. They have the perfect splines.
Yeah.
They're so sharp. And just take a piece of wire, make a handle for it, and just make.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That's what this edge is. It's on here.
Okay.
Okay, and This is a bigger one, this edge right
It
here,
has like a hangnail.
and this edge, like that. I just like that accent in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's all right, it really is. Okay, so we were coming to this one, and I
Yeah, really.
torn apart. I was really sloppy. Oh, well. I'm not usually this sloppy about taking the water out and all that stuff, but, so. Now, the rim's gotten kind of stiff, so it doesn't really like to bend a whole lot, but that could be good. We'll just see what happens. I'm forcing it. And you can actually make pieces this way, right? And add a slab to that, and that works well too. But I had something in mind here, but I might have wrecked this one. Let's see. Is this hand building or throwing? That's really, it's gotten, okay, that's all right, I don't care. Just go with it. So what I'm gonna do with this one is get rid of some of this because it's excessive. I'm gonna turn the whole thing over. It could be the best one, though. Or not.
They remind me of little boats on water at this point.
Yeah, they are like that kind. I like the, oh, this one's gonna be good.
Yeah, with the waves and stuff on it.
Yeah, it actually really shows your surfing in your water.
It does.
Wavy.
Yep.
Yeah. Could be surfing today. No, I got a nasty cold. I'm not ready to make it worse. Probably got it from surfing. The water is so filthy. I mean, this,
With the storms.
we went to that place, church, you know, where he dumps out there. And the water was brown everywhere.
Yeah,
Gotta wait after the rain.
You're supposed to.
that's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, should have done this on plaster. Okay. Start.
Oh, I like how it's twisted. Looks like an 8.
Is it a square piece of plaster there? Right on that shelf there. The square, that one, yeah, that one. Yeah, that
Is
one.
it, I can't really see what, oh, I see it. It's just really gooey here in the bottom. I should have cleaned the water.
Here's a larger one.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, well, and in fact, let's just do this.
Like that.
I got an idea. This should be good. So, come in here.
Ooh.
Which clay body is this?
Vegas Buff Smooth.
Vegas Buff Smooth. And we just kind of do these crimps like that, and it really does have some nice things happening, but. Yeah, but let me just work on it for a minute to get an idea. This side's really nice.
Probably
What's
not as
going on?
good.
This side isn't as good,
This is
so we
not
want
as
to keep
sticky.
this showing.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
So maybe with this one,
This is sticky.
I will just deliberately
Okay.
collapse it down like that. There. Then you get to see the inside. I can make it look nicer. That looks pretty good. So I think that's really nice what's going on
Beautiful.
here. Really kind of beautiful.
And the inside.
And then I like the inside too.
Yeah.
Just the, you know, flow of it, so. But that was the same form that was this. Right, so I just want you to see, you know, how many different ways you could go with all this. But my timing here is really off on these pieces. You know, part of it is just because of this speed that I'm working at, and also because I put it outside and just like dried on top, you know. So that's not so good. But we'll put this, we'll just call this done for now. I mean, my goal here is to finish these things and leave them so, you know, you can bisque them and you can have them.
Thank you.
Do something with it. That was nice. Maybe you can't have that. I like what that's doing.
Very much.
I just have to think about it. Maybe this would be really nice with like a really big handles on it. You know, I mean big.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Now here's the dry clay. And what all we want to do with that, we need a rolling pin, but not a big, you know, just a
Just a small
rolling
roller pin.
pin. Regular.
You want a pony roller? Say on the right behind you.
No. Some, or, that might be too small. I don't know if I'll have to.
The regular one.
Yeah, regular rolling pin, but not the long one. There you go, perfect. Somewhere I can put some muscle into it. Thank you. So, you know, if you're a baker, right, and you're making graham cracker crust or some kind of breadcrumbs, this is the schmutz. And I'll show you how I'm going to use it on one of these pieces. And so you saw what I've done on the pieces, but these could be different colored clays that you add to it. It doesn't have to be all the same color. And I've done some clay where I mix copper into it and then use it. And then in the strike firing, that stuff just really comes out very strong, you know. So that's a possibility. So anyway, this is good to use.
And Steve, would that copper be dry?
Well, I would wedge it into the clay.
Oh, okay. And
Yeah,
then
like,
let the-
and then let that, make a little slab like that, let it dry, and then break it out. Yeah, exactly. Like that. Before we get to the, everything's getting dry fast here. So here's one of the slabs that was textured. I'm just going to do something to this. I'm making a pillow. Not sure what I'm making.
Marika said it looked like an empanada.
An empanada.
From taco.
Tacos, empanadas, taquitos, burritos,
My group always thinks
all
of
the
food.
stuff you like.
The giant wonton.
Wontons, yeah. Fortune cookie.
Ooh, that's cute.
I'm gonna make a little creature out of it. But it does look like a pillar, you know? So we can leave it just like that, or,
Yeah, put something
you know,
on the rest of
but you could do something else. For now, let's just leave it the way it is. Put it over here. So what you can do, instead of a chuck, is make one by just putting clay around it. I like the chuck because it supports it better, but ooh. Let's just see.
You want me to grab that?
See the inside?
Oh, that's awesome.
Inside's always the nicest
So
part.
pretty. Love the inside.
Except for that piece of schmutz there. All right, so then I turn this upside down. And the goal here,
Kind of better. Oh, no.
actually what matters is this now. So that's pretty right on. It's very close. So we're good. So the next thing to do is to center it. But I'm not going to tap it into the center because I don't want to disturb it, so just get an idea here. It's way off that way. Once you get it closer. Pretty close. It's got a little wobble. That's just because I'm going to say that's good. So then I'm just going to clump clay around it to hold it down, and then you know, that should be. I mean, it puts a little torque on it. And these are always best left sitting. Like if throwing all these today, and I was doing this in my studio, I would cover everything up with plastic and it'd sit for a couple of days, you know, and it just kind of, you know, through capillary action, it just evens out, gets more homogeneous throughout. It's just a much easier way to work with clay than to rush through it, you know, because it just doesn't like it. But I think you can see how plastic this stuff is. And there are other clays that are equally as plastic. That Cassius, the salt clay, is very sticky.
But that's
plastic.
just cone 5.
That's
right?
cone 5 and not higher than 5. Like cone 6, it starts to bloat.
I know.
Right? And so I would, you know, and then there's a clay called Terra Red that the Aardvark sells. It's a reddish cone 5 and 6 clay. That's very plastic. And what else? Those are the only clays I really use right now, unless I'm doing large tiles or sculpture or something that's totally different clay.
Then what do you use?
I make a sculpture body that's, when I was at Cal State Fullerton, our tutor, Sherry Rothman, he kind of developed what he called a no-shrink clay body, which was BS, because it did shrink some, not a lot, but some. And, but we had one we used that shrank like 3 to 5%. Right? That's very low.
Wow, that's
So the
And
Aardvark
it just has a
sculpture
huge
place?
amount of rock. They make the Fullerton sculpture body at Aardvark, but it shrinks 8%.
What about the Sonoran White?
That's a good clay. I mean, it shrinks about 8 or 9%, I think. You know, but we were down into that 3 range sometimes, but we were adding chopped fiberglass, which is horrible. And that just cuts the shrinkage rate down. You know, we could have just, that was before people made paper clay. Could have just had paper pulp in there, that would have cut the shrinkage, you know, tremendously. But at the time, and it had other materials in it that were stabilized, or, well, when it was bone dry, it was like concrete. We put this compound in it called Orzan, and it was a lignite compound that would, what do you call that, clay? Wow. You don't have a bucket. Oh, you wedged it. Yeah. Good job.
Oh.
Just need a chunk here. And it, when it bone dried, that clay, you could hit with a hammer, it wouldn't break. You know, unless you just full force. So, it was kind of interesting material to work with, but it was just like working with concrete. You know, it had no plasticity. There's only certain things you could do with it. Otherwise, it was useless. So I'm just clamping the legs down and trying to come up with some way, I don't know, to support this. These spots in between are kind of weak, so what I'm going to do is just, I'm going to bridge this. I'm trying to do this so I don't, let's see what that feels like. It's pretty stable, so maybe it's okay. Let's see. So from here, first step is just recenter everything. The rim, right? So, and it's very wet because I left a lot of water in there. And I probably should cut some of that off because it's nice. Cut some of that off because it's just goo. So I'll just cut this layer off. But see, it's back in center. So you can see all the possibilities right now. And I've done a lot of pieces where I'll just throw this up to where it gets thinner and wider and let that stiffen, and then throw a cylinder, attach it to it, join it, and throw a form off this as the base. Right? So kind of go that direction. But it's we're not going to do that today. I'm just going to make something out of this. I'm just going to try and do something I've done for a while, so we'll see. I just have to be careful about squeezing into this and causing this down here to take too much torque. So if it's sitting on a chuck, it's better. But this does work. It's really thick right here, so okay. I mean, there's so many things you can do with this form, but I think since the inside is really the most interesting part to me, I'm going to just like let it go way out so it's like a bowl or something at this point. And probably the smart thing to do is just soak this with water, let it just sit for a minute, soften up a little bit. Right here where my fingers are pushing into it, I really need to thin it out. I'm wondering if there's enough clay up here, if I put a flange on it, like we did on these pieces. That might be kind of interesting. Let's see if I can do that. If I can, I'll just cut it off. There's still enough clay here. This is where, yeah, that's not bad. Any of you guys ever blow glass? So in glass blowing, you take a hollow blowpipe, gather up a wad of glass. It's like throwing a pot. You have to center the glass on the glass pipe. Pull it out, roll it on a table to center it, marbling it it's called. Pick it up, reheat it, roll it in. You can roll it in with a jack and a cup, to shape it. Blow it out. If you have everything centered, it'll blow out evenly. If you don't, you get just like a pot. And then when you get a certain shape, then you go to the opposite end and put a pipe on it called a solid rod, called a punny pipe, and you just like attach some glass, gather glass on the punny, stick it to the bottom of the piece, cut it off the neck with a file and water and break it, put it in the furnace, reheat the rim, and work on it. So that's what this is the exact same thing working at both ends. Right? So 2 years ago, I have a good friend in New York City who does work, the mold maker I was talking about. Anyway, he does work for Steuben and Corning Glass. And the guy, I met one of the guys there, and they were real interested in these pieces. They really liked them. And he said, well, it would be really cool if I could get my design team to blow these out of glass. Right? And I said, oh, yeah. And I said, I used to blow glass, but my level of skill is not anything like the design team. I'm kind of closing this back up because it's just so wet. I can go back and do it. So anyway, they were gonna do this project, and I sat down and I threw like a piece like this in stage 1, a form that's pinched and closed. Stage 2 was over, not finished. Stage 3, like here, stage 4, like that. Bisque all the pieces so that the glass blowers could see what it looked like, right? And then, and these guys are like incredible craftsmen. I mean, their skill level. They make like paper thin Venetian style goblets that are just the most gorgeous things. So they were real excited on doing this project, and then they sold Steuben Glass. They were going bankrupt, really. Which is really sad. I was like, oh man. Well, it's sad for on lots of levels, but anyway.
So none of those guys just tried it on their own?
Well, no. Those are, you know, like people work in a factory, that's a job. You know, they're skilled, they like what they do, but, you know, it's like shifts over, let's go home, let's go to the bar and have a beer and watch TV, and that's what I would do.
Did they sell it to an Irish company by any chance?
I forgot who it was sold to somebody. I can't remember. This stuff is just so wet. It really needs, maybe this is a good time for the heat gun. Except,
We need another extension
we need
cord.
another cord or a junction, you know, box or something.
No, we don't want to take that.
Well, this won't take very long.
Don't you need that for your camera though?
He just wants to push it.
Okay.
This is temporary. Why don't you guys do it? My hands are covered with clay. Thank you. This is good for a demo. Well, I'm just, it needs to be a lot thinner and all kinds of stuff, and I'm just not gonna spend that much time on it right now, but let me just get it to a point. If I were making these for sale and show pieces, I'd put more effort into wall thickness and all of those kind of things. But what I'm trying to do here, this is so wet that I'm going to put a little bit of heat on it so it stiffens it up, and then I'm just going to crimp it and we'll call it done. So just keep it simple. I was hoping to lay it out more. And this has a bigger fan than that. It really blows it out.
Did you get that email from Tom?
This is where the little tool, the texture, the marks, it all looks really good. Let's just see what happens. I just want to, what time? Well, we're doing well, huh? I thought if I really hurried through this, I could, well, I'm going to show you how to make the long extruded handles for toys.
And you were gonna do like the basalt pieces, right? Something
Well, I
like
did.
that stuff?
There's one of them right there. I mean, that little guy right there. I mean, it's not exact, but it's the same idea.
Right, okay.
You know, I'm not copying, but
The what
I mean,
piece?
Well, the
It's
caches.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
the-
caches.
okay.
well, the
Yeah.
first one I did is from
Yeah.
the cylinder.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like those. I just didn't want to
Right.
duplicate them because they're right there in front of you. Same idea with a cylinder. You just like close the bottom and fold the top in whatever direction you want to fold it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
You
all.
said you might do a quickie overview of the lithographic process.
If we have time.
If we have time.
Right. And that would be helpful if we had a slab of clay, doesn't matter what kind of clay, made right, or pretty soon, that just kind of got the surface dried a little bit.
How
Sam's
thick?
dying to
Yeah.
use our slab roller.
How thick?
Oh, any 1/4 inch, you know, like, I can show you how to make one of those plates, you know,
Okay.
like that square plate.
Let's just roll it into two.
But, so like say 12 by 12, something
What
like
kind of clay?
that. Anything,
Anything?
stoneware, anything, whatever.
Have you guys used?
Yeah, we'll put that.
I mean, we could use the clay I brought here, it
Then it's
doesn't
easier
matter.
to transport
Want
it.
to make a slab?
Yeah, just like,
12 by 12.
you know, regular 1/4 inch, 12 by 12, 10 by 10.
This is white clay you're using, right?
Yeah, this is, it is
So you
white
can
clay.
use
looks
those, yeah,
good.
you can.
Anyway, can transport
Yeah,
it
okay.
easier on those.
I don't
Okay.
really care. You just want to see the process, right?
Yes.
1/4 inch?
That, if you guys want to do some printmaking stuff, we could do that another day, another,
Is that,
Time
would that be a
zone.
whole like day
that's a whole
workshop?
day's worth of
Yeah,
stuff. you know.
okay.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. So this stiffened up quite a bit. So all I want to do here is,
We can have him back another time.
you
guys.
could, but,
Don't
you
worry.
know, it's totally up to whatever. Well, I'm not gonna do that. I should have just left it alone.
This is good, it shows us what to do when it happens.
Yeah, when it happens, that's right. Well, I can make another, let's see. Well, I really gotta, I'll do this. I'll cut it down this direction. I don't wanna make it smaller if I don't have to. There we go. So we just won't do that. Anything hanging out there? Nope. Okay. Damn heat gun.
Yeah, the clay dictates the
It does.
technique.
Now, this is fine. This will give us,
That's nice.
we can make a whole nother thing out of this. Now it'll go the direction that I was kind of hoping it would go. Ouch. Good.
That's gorgeous.
So we could just keep it as a simple bowl, if that's what you want.
Beautiful. That was fabulous. Some good looking ones.
Okay, well, let's call it okay. We just want to
Very professional.
get this stuff done.
That's my name on it. It makes me very happy.
Well, the clay worked pretty well for holding it down. Doesn't stick to it or anything, so that's good. So, this is kind of the, oh, it's a little heavy, but that's the finished form.
That's nice.
That'll sell.
That's a gorgeous one.
It's a little heavy. Needs to be lifted more of it. It's a workshop.
Keith, when you're glazing pieces, when you're glazing pieces that have so much intricate pushing and pulling, do you have problems with the glaze getting it into those little areas?
Sometimes,
Do you
yeah,
spray?
sometimes. Actually, a lot of these pieces are, well, if I'm dipping them and there's pinholing and not getting it, then I just come back and touch it up with a brush, right? Like
If I'm
that.
spraying
But I
more
find
than-
that if you dampen the surface of the piece before you dip it, it really reduces the surface tension tremendously.
Okay.
It also reduces how thick the glaze goes on, but if you have a thicker batch of glaze, especially if a glaze is thick and you take a really dry piece of bisqueware and stick it up there, you're gonna get all kinds of pinholes and surface tension. So if you wet the surface of the bisqueware, it's already filled up some of the pores, then the surface tension is really minimal,
And
and it just goes on.
Are you wetting it with a damp sponge, or are you wetting it
Yes.
like submerging?
Well, it depends. Sometimes I'll
Yeah.
just rinse it off and let it sit for a while until it's not too damp.
Good to know.
Right? Another way to deal with this stuff is to actually do a little bit of that and then make your glazes actually kind of thin. So when you dip them, they just like flow everywhere, right? And then let that dry, and then I'll go back and spray a coat of glaze on top of what was dipped. And like this bowl and this bowl right here and this cup, those are pieces that I always really strive to get very uniform application. So I dip it, let it dry, all the drips, thick spots, take my fingers and I rub the surface till everything's leveled, and then blow all the dust off, and then I put it in the spray booth and I'll spray another coat of glaze on evenly, right? And that way I'm putting a surface that's fairly uniform, because those pieces don't look good with drips. You know, some pieces do, but those don't, so I wouldn't do that. Okay, so that one's done, that one's done. We gotta finish this. We gotta make some handles.
Schmutz.
schmutz, right? So, let me see what I got over here that I can do something with. So we do have one handle that I could use. It's very big, we can cut it down. And then it might be kind of cool just to use this other one. Maybe something asymmetrical. I think that's a good plan. I want to put some handles on that and then the schmutz and show you how to make those extruded handles. And then you can take a little break and I can quickly do a one lithography, transfer just to show you how that works. Is that good? Yeah, that's good. Now, if you put that on a flat board somewhere where it stays flat,
Yeah.
so I don't have to bend it, because I just want to get the surface a little dry.
Sam, there's wooden boards
Yeah, like on a
underneath,
wooden board.
underneath the sink.
Yeah.
What is this?
What is that?
That's got,
Oh, do you want canvas?
I don't care, that would be good. Yeah, here you go, Sam. Just put it on this, yeah. Excuse me. This particular one, the first one I made, I've just kind of opened it up, like a strap. Right? It kind of makes sense to do that on this. And so, hopefully, it's soft enough. But I guess I should actually score it. We don't want to make it look bad. Especially since your teacher's telling you to score everything. I actually don't use a whole lot of slip most of the time. Sometimes I'll just use vinegar and water, vinegar and scratch it up and put vinegar on it. Vinegar works really well. The trouble is it always makes me hungry. Being around. So the only way to do this is I'm just gonna like smash it on here. Okay, that's right there. Now I'm gonna bend it. Okay, I can see what I need to do. I'm gonna cut it here. And okay, a little more slip. And sorry I can't turn this so you can see what I'm doing, but you'll see in a minute. Okay, so there's the start of it, right? It's just kind of on there. And then I just have to kind of, this is how I join stuff together. I actually just push the clay together, right? And those marks become part of the marks of the object. So, very direct, I guess is the right word. And then here, these pieces, if it's soft enough, I could probably, this might be kind of cool, just pinch it in there like that. Bend this in and just pinch it in there like that, right? So that's kind of a nice handle. And I'll do something here. This is, well,
I like that one.
maybe we have something here we can. Now, let's see what this looks like. I like things being kind of asymmetrical. So since the rim is asymmetrical, the handles, maybe something that, I don't know visually if the weight of this is heavy enough to, work for that. It might be. Let's try it. Let's see. If it isn't, we'll take it off and put one of the other ones on. So, do that. So just open it up a little bit. And see, and even if it isn't, then maybe that would prompt you to add something else to it that would make it work. So sometimes just making what you think is the wrong choice isn't necessarily the wrong choice. So on this one, I know it's a lot lighter looking, I just want to see. No, it's going to be all right. That'll be all right. Okay, so open this up.
Yeah, that's really amazing.
I wish I knew the, I wish I knew the recipe for this clay, because I'd like to make it myself. I'll get it one of these days. I mean, these are industrial secrets, right? I mean, they are.
Yes.
So, But, like, you guys used Hopkins White? Okay, now, that's the guy I work with, John, and he developed that clay body. And over the years, though, every single material in that clay body from the original one is no longer available. So it's not the same clay as it was, so it's no longer really his clay, which is interesting. But, and I've developed clays with them. I've never put a name to it, but we've worked on things. And so I feel like if I really want something, I can ask for it, and if they say no, then I'll steal it. But no, I don't know. Okay, so that actually doesn't look too bad. Well, I'm going to do something to it to make it. Well, you can even do something like this. Just want to see that. So these rings, because I haven't folded this together, you can just open them up any way you want and decide. So I just want to see what that looks like. Does it really make sense? But, you know, what I was thinking was, now essentially you just got two straps, right? So I wonder, I don't think it's going to work, but I just want to see what happens when it goes from there. No, not going to work. We'll just leave it alone for now. We'll put a little snake head on here. That'll work. Okay, we got to do the scrotal thing, right? Okay, so I'll do, in keeping with the asymmetry of this piece, side A will get scrotal and side B will get none. Okay, so, but what I'm trying to do here is just, now that this had some time to sit, it's very easy to smear in some soft clay and kind of fix those holes, right? No big deal. If my timing were right, I wouldn't have any holes, but here's another one. Okay. On and on and on. So let's say this is the, one more side we're going to put it on. This piece is really too soft to be doing this, but essentially what you do, I'll do one cell, and then if we have time later, I'll go back to it. Okay, so I would take just a little bit of this, put some in here, some in here. I'll take this. You guys have a spray bottle?
Yep.
Little one? This will make this a little easier. Well, hell, I might as well do them all.
So you put slip and then you put scroll.
And then I'm going to just wet it with a little bit of water. I could do it with a brush, but spray bottle's a little more. Yeah, this is working okay. That's good. Thank you. So, if I just put a little water on it, it just kind of dissolves it together. Like that. And so, it's really too soft to be holding on to, so it's bending. So I'm just going to leave it like that. But now you can see the texture that's on there, right? Okay, so that's one finishing technique that I use for the surface. And one other technique I wanted to share with you is some other elements. So here's a stamp made from throwing. So if I take a little ball of clay, just make kind of buttons off of it. I just want to see what it looks like. Okay. Here's my sponge. This is just another element of the design of the piece. And I don't like to put stuff on just as purely decoration. I mean, it has to kind of integrate to the piece somehow. So then, you know, I'm going to take in score. That's probably enough. Okay, so I probably put those on each one of those particular indentations or reticulations there so that, you know, it just kind of float around. Although, you know, it's not 100% necessary, but it's just one way of, you know, kind of adding to what's going on there. So then we add the, we have to do the snake head, I guess. Maybe we should do one here and one up there. That might look good. So there's really a lot of time in these. I mean, when it gets right down to it, there's really a lot of time. Like that little jar right there with the lid on it is, thank you, is a whole lot of time. You know, yeah, that's a good idea. Thanks. Huge amount of time sometimes. And okay, so, you know, just there are lots of steps. I just keep working on them until I'm really happy with what's happening. I'm not trying to do, I mean, although I've made lots of the same types of things, there's no two of them that are the same. And, you know, I'm always trying to figure out another way to do the same thing, I guess is a way to say it. That's a bigger hole. That's good. Okay, so on this piece here, I'd probably put his, put the head on top, like that. Oops. Good. So that kind of works with that now. And then on this one, I think it makes sense to maybe not put one at all, you know, or it could. So let's see. So roughly, just to get an idea of how the form works, right? Okay, so there's one there. And then you take it off and you look at it and you go, is it better like that? What do you guys think? Okay. So there's without, right? I'm gonna just let me do one real quick, and you can decide. And it'll be secret ballot. So I'm doing this like a pulled handle almost, just to plasticize it. So when you guys ask, well, did you know, how do you know how to do this stuff? Well, you just look at things, and after you work with things long enough, you can figure out how things were done, you know. You can see it. That's good. I like the big eyes. Let's try that. And if I don't like this, we'll put it on something else. Well, yeah. I can't tell.
I like it like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You like it with two?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. It's kind of hidden.
It's cute.
It's kind of cute that way.
Cute. Yeah. Let's take it off then. Quick, take it off.
Too cute?
It's too cute. We don't want cute.
Oh, cute.
It works.
Well, I thought I brought all of the tools that I would need, but I forgot that my little edger, which I really kind of like, but we'll just let it go. I need to look at it. It's cute.
You need like a sign now for your.
There. Okay, so that's on there. It is better that it's on there. Visually, it just kind of makes the form, it changes the form. Little things can make big differences. So that's an important thing to remember. And you know when things are right and when they're not, even if you don't know how to just say it.
I like those holes in it.
You like it what?
Those holes that you're plugging up.
You like the holes? Oh, well, I kind of too. Take it outside and take shots at it or something, see what happens. Well, I'm going to, I guess, leave it to plug them up. Well, these are all pieces that I'm leaving you, so do not glaze them.
No, we won't.
We have other stuff like
Yeah.
unglazed.
So we want those then?
Okay. So we'll call that one done enough, all right, for now. So that way I don't have to make any more of those handles too. But this is a, really good way to make great handles for tops of things, like that. And because they're so plastic, there's just so many things you can do. This is all clay that you could use to, that'd be hard to wedge this back together, especially that one. Oh, I know what I was going to do, shoot. This is pretty heavy, pretty solid in here, but I'm gonna, I just want to see what it looks like. It's a little off center, wait a minute. I want it centered on this one. I just want to see what it looks like.
Oh my God.
It's actually kind of cool, but it's a little too dominant for everything else. So, yeah, for this one. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Nothing else but the 2 towers. Yeah, on the 2 towers it would be.
The 2 towers?
Yeah, on the 2 towers is the suggestion.
Oh, that's an idea. That's a good idea. Yeah. Okay, so we're done with this one, right?
Yes.
For that. Actually, it's a good repair.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We use a lot for repairs.
Yeah. Well, all I wanted to show, we'll put that guy on there because I don't really want to spend a lot of time on this. Otherwise, we won't get to the other things. Right?
Right.
But, so I'll just make this somewhat. So we're talking about, actually it's not a bad idea. Just on one side. What's better? Right there?
Yeah.
Sure?
No.
No.
There?
I like it there. Yeah.
It's better on top.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just open it up. This way I don't have to. Sometimes it's really nice not to give a damn. Just play around and see what happens.
Sometimes those are the best things.
They are. A lot of this stuff is I don't give a damn. Honestly, I just like make stuff. I brought this to show you just because we were talking about printmaking, and I was talking to you the other day about this image on here of my self-portrait, right? This is an unglazed surface. This is what I was telling you about fuming, right?
Nice.
So this glaze, this lead glaze, and other glazes, they don't have to be lead glaze, they're very volatile. They fume, put out debris in the kiln, And so it just fumed across the surface. And
Is that from the toner?
yes, that's a toner. But,
That looks
yeah.
great.
It's a beautiful surface. There's a piece in the show that, one piece in the show that I did that on. And I haven't done a lot with that, but it was good to do. I think I'm just going to, let's see. Let's do this. Let's pinch it in. Give this a little, just like that. Okay, that's it. I don't want to work on this anymore. Mermaid cowboy. This, however, is worth doing something to.
I like that.
Yeah, this has got a nice thing going for it. So, we'll just clean this up a little bit. I'd probably take that tool and roll it down here and roll it around there, and just another element that adds to.
Talking about the pencil sharpener?
Yeah. I just like the detail of it. So all I'm doing, this kind of helps to push that seam together and pull everything in so it doesn't come back apart. Let's see what that looks like. Nice shape. I like that shape. If it hadn't let this, let's see. This might still work. We could fill this with schmutz too, but I don't think it will. I just kind of like the form of it. Oh yeah, yeah, that's good. Yeah. So, if I were making cups, I'd be throwing a whole bunch of these, and, out of 10 or more, there'd be a couple really nice ones, maybe. So you got to do more than one of them. That's for sure. Set that there for a moment. Okay. Wow. All that stuff's pretty much done. What I was thinking, I wanted to show you this. I'll do that in a second. But you were asking about the bumps. Nobody's figured out how to do that, huh?
For what?
The bumps in the bumps in the bowl.
Bump them from the opposite side and then fill it in?
Yes.
Oh.
See? I'll do it. I'll make a little
There
one.
you go, Ben.
And it's something I didn't invent. One of my students did that years ago. This guy named Tom Lenny. And right with the, gee, what a good idea. It's okay.
It's the same one you have.
But yeah, is there one?
I don't, oh, no, that's got a square in.
You want a plastic one?
Okay, whatever. Just something that's got a round to it, not round and then square, because those don't work for most. I don't know why the hell they sell those ribs. They're useless, except for the straight edge. The curved edge is almost useless, because one end of it always digs into the clay. I never understood why anybody made that. Yeah, like that, or do you have a wooden one? Like, did you have a big? Yeah, this will work. This is great, thank you. Okay, so all I want to do is make a curve. I mean, I don't want to be too sloppy here, so I thought if I was going to leave something behind. I find this to be a project that a lot of students that are, you know, beyond beginning, like intermediate and we call it studio, the next level, but, you know, more advanced students have a really hard time making a nice tool.
A nice bowl?
Yeah. A bowl that has a real curve to it. Doesn't go with all the bumps in it, you know? Like, and you need the proper rib. This is good enough for what I'm trying to show you, but they have to be, you know, they should be perfect. Okay, so that's a decent curve. Okay, so if I want to bump in here in the middle, push in, you'll see it as it comes around. Okay, I'm just doing it with symmetry. Like that, right? Okay, so now you can't trim this the way it is because of these holes, right? So just as you said, you know, you just take some, preferably softer clay. Oh, this will work great.
Ben?
That's because they're
This is schmutz.
Oh, that's
Okay.
So take some wet clay and jam it tightly, you know, just like work it in there and fill it back in, right?
That works.
And once that's filled in, almost there, just like. Maybe we should do this a little better. Anyway. One more. You don't want big gaping air holes in there just for trimming purposes. But the next step after you've got this in here is, there we go. Just come back in here with your fingers and kind of, you know, push it so that it kind of forces back inside of it a little bit. And then cut it off, and when it's ready to trim, you trim it. So that's the process. And then what I like to do with, can do that. Still trim it. Squared off bowl. Speed it up a little bit and it'll fall into the kind of pattern. You're not going to trim this, but I'm just going to set it over here. So that's the finished shape, and you extrude it out. You've just made a very weak handle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I extrude these out, and then I take some water and I pull them, right? And that strengthens the structure of the material, and it also makes it wetter so you can move it around.
Right.
So for some of the pieces that have those large handles on it, like the card that I'm giving you today, these handles, this is a tool that I would use to make that. So I'd extrude them out, pull them, and then after they're pulled, I would lay them out on a flat surface and shape them approximately to what I think will work on the piece. And then when they get a little firmer and you can pick them up, they're still bendable, but pick them up, look at it, you know, and decide. So when I'm making the handles, I'm going to make more than, for a piece, I'll make more than one pair of handles. I'll make half a dozen handles for the same piece and decide which one looks best, like that. So that's one way to go. So so the clay that you're using should be fairly well wedged and all that, and also you don't want it hard and soft because that's going to create problems. So I guess I should cut this. And what I want to do is just kind of roll a coil It's gonna fit down the tube.
That extruder is what I'd call cute too.
It's very functional because, you know, for me, I don't need to fill it up with much
Yeah,
clay. And,
that's the-
this clay will make a lot of handles.
That's the great
Right.
thing about
Yeah.
that.
So,
Is that your own innovation, the way it goes on the corner of the table with the little vices?
I guess, I don't have this very tight, do I?
Oh, you did.
I just, let me just take some of this out. Okay, we'll stop there. So now, this is what came out of there, and it's not an attractive handle, it's not right. So sometimes we'll just fold it over on the end here, just something to hold on to. And then come up here with this and stretch.
So
And
that's
this clay,
compressing.
pardon me?
It's compressing it, right?
Yeah, it's compressing it, so as I'm stretching it, I'm squeezing it a little bit. Okay, and I'm also tapering it so that it's a little not so rough looking, you know, and it's more streamlined. So this could be pulled into a much thinner handle if that's what you wanted, but let's just say this would be what I want. And then, I guess I should, do you want to keep one of these or?
Yes.
Okay. I need another board to lay this on.
Right under the sink there, Sam.
Yeah. I'll just show, I'll just come up with a couple of things. So we'll just make a few different handles and see what we get. So maybe I'll just lay down like this for a while. It'll get a little stiffer, but for now, like, one way to do this would be to just kind of, you can play with this all kinds of ways, right? So let's just wrap this up in a little curly key there. Okay, so
Oh, that's for its big hand.
so that's kind of a nice shape,
All
right?
right.
Okay, so and it's still rough, and you can pinch this together or not. It just depends on what you want. So that's one idea. Another way, one fun thing about the extruder, what I discovered was that as the clay comes out, let me get it started. Okay, there we go. I'm going to grab it and hold it and let it just kind of pile up around my fist. And then I've got this. Yeah, I don't have this tight. That's the problem, but that's okay. Okay, so now I've got this shape, right? Which is really kind of nice. And then this part I wouldn't pull. Okay, so say this is the beginning of a handle right here. Maybe this part I would pull. And what's really incredible about this stuff, let me get rid of that. Pull a little bit more. Is that when it's in this stage, you know, it's incredibly easy to. Well, that's a pretty nice outline for a handle. And these can be put down here and put into really pretty much whatever shape you want. And so anyway, at this stage, we just let this sit for a while. And as it gets firm, leather hard enough, you can cut it, and still bend the handle back and forth, but to hold its shape. You can put it right up against the side of the piece and look at it. And then once you get it where you want, you really score and slip, and it's just like that. You know, that's it. Like the way they do in a factory with putting handles on cast forms or other types of forms. So the extruder is a great tool for that. And I'll show you a couple other fun things. I don't know. Like I said, you can just let it pile up out of there.
Oh, that's.
I think I'm out of clay. Yeah. Next time I'll put this on tighter. Let's just do a little bit more. I'll put a different dye on it.
Just an announcement to my class, you know, we do have that little hand extruder if you wanted to do handles. That's why I purchased it, so you don't have to use that big extruder. Where is it? In my office.
Is that the
so you
one
have to
that's like
ask.
a caulking gun?
Yeah, it
Those
does.
are cool.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So this is a little hollow die, like a straw, you know, so I'm gonna just stick it in here for a second. Years ago, I made a bunch of cups and then I extruded these straws and put the straws onto the cup. Right?
Nice.
Yeah. And they're pretty fun, but quite easily broken. You can always ease the extrusion with little WD-40, but some people don't like that stuff, so. But this would have just slid right down in there with no trouble. There you go. That's okay. So as this straw comes out, I'll just break part of it off. You can, so it's it's hollow, right? So you could, I made a bunch of cups and then stuck these in like straws and attached them, you know, floated them off the bottom a little bit, and they work. You know, you can suck liquid through them, but you can also do other things with them. But here, I'll make little miniature bamboo. So this comes down. Yeah. Or bones.
Nice.
Push up.
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, anyway, there's a
Nice.
little stuff like that. You can do that with your brick. You have hollow dies, right?
Uh-huh.
So that's pretty cool.
Nice.
And then the thing that I really like is, let's see if I can do it here. Take the pressure off. This thing, this welded piece is getting bent out from the pressure, so it's like not sealing up tight, but that's all right. But what I wanted to show you is, so here's a die. This is what holds it on. This die has nothing in it, right? So what am I going to extrude out of this? It's a puzzle. It's going to come out of the side.
ribbon.
Makes beautiful ribbons. And I don't put this on too tightly. Probably have to put more clay in here, but.
Oh, the other side.
Oh, yeah. It's all good.
Wow.
So it just makes this really kind of gorgeous
Wow.
ribbons.
A
This side.
A tutu, yeah, we'll make a little person out of it.
Get that one too.
Yeah, this one's good.
Oh, that's so cool.
Actually, do take this off. There. Now I can get in there better. So that's really kind of a nice.
Oh, yeah.
Now you can sit here all day and make, you know, all kinds of stuff with that. And
Cute.
kind of a nice form like that.
That's really pretty.
Yeah, I just like, leave that alone. Maybe put a little, well, I've made figurine things out of these little legs and a torso and arms.
Cute.
But we're just gonna leave it like that. This process, let's see, how do I want to say this? Okay, so the first process that I learned in printmaking, other than what I learned as a student in terms of litho or linoleum cuts.
But now I can't see.
I mean, linoleum cuts, wood cuts, some etchings and monoprints, those kind of things. But this lithographic process is something I never learned anything about. And then a friend of mine he passed away a few months ago, but he was a great printmaker. His name was Patrick Merrill. Maybe some of you have heard of Patrick. He's the person who was the director at Cal Poly for the Ink and Clay Show, and master printmaker. And I showed Patrick some of my early printmaking works with the toner transfer, and he said, oh, those are really nice. So I'll show you something you can do with that. And so he taught me this lithographic process that we first did on paper, but I'm going to show a little different method. The image that I only have this one with me, so I didn't bring all this stuff, but this material here is called Pronto plate. It's a commercial lithographic plate, and it's used in offset lithography, and it comes in various size sheets. This has been cut down, but the main thing is you take your image and copy it onto the Pronto plate. You can do that through a regular copy machine that has toner and it heats it onto the surface, or you can do it with a laser printer, because laser printer also uses toner and heats it up. One of the two. And I'm going to write this stuff down when we're done. I've got a handout. I'll give you guys one copy of. But
A question?
yeah, just one second before I lose my train of thought. But if you go online and you look for Pronto plate, and let me write it down before I forget, you'll find gads of information. Okay? So it's called Pronto plate. And I believe, I can't even remember who I bought it from, but I'll find out. But go ahead now.
If you use a Xerox machine to put your image on
That's
there,
what I used on this.
you don't have to use that one kind that has the iron oxide ink only.
No,
right?
you do want to use the toner. That's called toner. And the toner cartridge that's in a copy machine is the exact same cartridge that's in a laser printer.
Oh.
The powdered black iron oxide.
Okay.
Okay. And so this was originally an ink drawing that I did. It was much larger, reduced it down, copied it and reversed it and put it together to make this image, right? And so this has been copied onto this sheet, which originally was 8 by 10, which is what fits in my copy machine. And then I cut it for purposes. And so the principle here is that this image is fused into this plastic sheet. The rest of the plastic is open and porous. So I'm going to put this down on glass. I'm going to cover it with gum arabic solution. The gum arabic will fill all the pores except for where the toner is printed into the pores. Then I'm going to mix an oil-based ink and roll it over it, and the ink's going to stick to the toner areas because there's no gum arabic there. Where there's gum arabic, the ink's going to sheet off of it, essentially. It's not going to stick. So anyway, that's the principle of all lithography, is oil and water don't mix. Right? That's pretty much it. So when you do, in this particular process, the gum arabic solution, you add into, this is about a quart of water, and I'm adding, you're supposed to add, I believe, 2 ounces. It's been a long time. I'm going to grab this because I want you to have this anyway. So let me see if I can find the right copy here. I think it's, there's one. Here we go. Yeah. So when you go online, Pronto plate how-to. Now, this tells you a lot about laser printing and how you can adjust your printer to have a certain, DPI. And some images, this is just solid basically, but some images you want little spaces, more space between each dot so that it'll hold more ink. If it's too dense, the ink, you get too much ink too quickly. You'll figure all that stuff out as it goes, but it gives you some little drawings here of how that works. And then a kind of a how-to, but not for clay. But here's the setup. We're talking about pH. This is what you have to be concerned with. I don't know what your water is, and it doesn't really matter. But I'm looking at what they say. Yeah. A little bit different than check emulsion down, 150 DPI. All that's about right. Okay. It says here about 1 ounce of gum arabic to a quart of water. That's a general rule of thumb. I've done this without any gum arabic with really pretty neutral water, but most water isn't. So anyway, 1 ounce, according to my memory, is 2 tablespoons, right, in the cooking vernacular. And the gum arabic, man, when this stuff dries, it's just like glue, you know, super glue. So here's a tablespoon.
What is gum arabic anyway? What's it from?
Well, it comes from a plant. A tree. And it's real sticky. And it's used as a eucalyptus, is that right?
It's probably because they're the ones that have gum trees.
Yeah. Well, it's very sticky stuff, and it's used, you know, in food additives. It's used as a deflocculant. It's used as a stabilizer, an emulsifier, you know, and all those kind of things. So I've got the gum in the water. Looks about the right color. And then in order to make the ink, the traditional way of doing this, if I were doing this process for paper in a press, would be I would use this material here. It's called plate oil. And plate oil is essentially boiled linseed oil, and there's different viscosities. This is double aught plate oil. Comes from printmaking, double aught burnt plate oil. This is a printmaker's material used for etchings, litho, almost everything. You know, you make your inks from this plate oil. So, if we were doing this on paper, I just have these tins of different ink colors, like black or blue or green or whatever, and I take the ink and the oil and mix it to a certain viscosity, and roll it up the way I'm going to show you. Put it on your paper, put it on your press, roll it through the press, and you print it. But we're going to do this on clay. So I take pigments, ceramic pigments, and what I'm using here is black. I don't want to mix too much because I'm only doing this one little thing. That's already too much, but that's okay. I'll waste it. Black iron. This is a mix I use a lot. I just like the color of it and the way it works with glazes. This is a great thing about this is, you know, in ceramics we have this opportunity to put glazes on things and fire it. So with this mixture, one glaze like a barium matte glaze, I can get turquoise colors, right? With a clear glaze and I strike it, I get copper red colors. With if I don't strike it, I get green colors. If I put dried that lizard skin over it, I get a whole another color, you know, on and on and on. So it just depends on what glaze you're using. Now the advantage of this over the toner printing is that the color yield. It's a totally different kind of thing. So that's close enough.
What are those 3 things you just
It's cobalt, iron, and copper.
Okay.
But I'm just doing that mix. It could be one or the other, or they could be mason stains, you know, all kinds of things. And then I'm just going to pile it up here. You take the plate oil and squeeze it off here. And this is probably not enough, but I'm just going to get it started and then I can see what it feels like and looks like. So the idea is to thoroughly mix this on a glass surface. And it can be different consistencies. You get different kind of results in the way it attaches to the image and also color, of course. So by my way of thinking, the more pigment I get, the more color I'm going to get, up to a point. So this is too thick. When you measure the thickness of your inks, whether it's ceramic materials or not, you pick it up and you watch how it moves. And this is very slow, you know. Okay, so that's too slow, too thick. So now I can add a little bit more oil. And this is just by experience, right? So don't put too much. And then once I get all this stuff in here, when you're mixing this, you're really pushing down on the glass because you want this stuff to be completely broken down into the oil. This is not a light, lots of pressure, and that's why you use a flexible knife so you can push it down into the glass. So now this is probably still not right, but it's close. So it's moving a little faster, but as my memory serves, it should be a little bit more. So a couple more drops. We'll start with that, and then if it needs to be adjusted, we'll work on it. So this will work for any kind of image. The great thing about these plates is that they're reusable. Right? And I cut this to a certain size because I was printing it on a tile-like shape. But on the back, they're transparent. You'll see when it gets wet. So you can take and make registration marks. Make registration marks on your clay, and you can hit everything right on if you want to. There's lots of ways to do that. The other thing that's good about these plates is with a Sharpie or India ink or other materials, you can draw directly onto these and then just ink over them and print. You don't have to burn the stuff on there. Yeah, it just penetrates the pores and dries hard enough that it stays there. So, but my feeling is, if I'm going to draw, I'll just draw on paper, and if I like it, then I can copy it on there. But I've gone in and added things on other pieces before.
So you're saying you could do your whole piece
Yep.
of artwork with a Sharpie?
Yep.
On that
On
paper?
this.
Permanent ink?
Yeah, the Sharpie or India ink. I don't know about other materials because I haven't tried them. So you can see it's a little quicker, but not a lot more. But I'm going to just try it like this. I want to see what happens. Okay, so that stays there. So now you come in here. Let me move this over here, and maybe you guys can. I don't know if it's going to be in your way or not. Normally you have this glass fixed down better, but this will be okay for today.
That's glass?
It is glass. So I flood the surface like this. I want to get a little more on here.
This is the gum arabic. So
This is a gum arabic. Let me just do it this way. There we go. Those are just air bubbles. They'll disappear in a minute. Okay, so that's all filled. Then you come over here with the brayer roller, and you go right into the thick of it, and you create what's called a bed. So you go over and over till you kind of get this thick. You'll see the texture, right? You want it uniform, and then you pull it out and work it here. And you don't want that much ink on your roller. So you look at this, and you can see what's going on here. And you come in here, and you roll this directly over the image. And it's hard to see black on black, but you can get down at an angle and see the reticulation from that. Now, in this process, I don't clean the roller every time. I'll show you here in a minute, but this is probably enough ink. Now, see how there's a little bit on here? That's called scumming. So you take your sponge, wipe it, and the scum will come off. I'm not wiping the ink off the image. I'm just taking the scum off the area. Okay, so then I've got gum arabic on the roller. Usually you have a separate pad, but I'll just do this here. I'm going to clean the roller a little bit. Pick up a little more oil and ink.
About how many times do you usually roll over it?
About 3.
3?
Yeah, that's scumming still. I probably need to make the ink a little thinner, and that's what I wanted to see. But for now, it's okay.
Is that why it scums, when it's a little thicker?
A little too thick, or the pH of the water's not right, and you have to play with it, but I'm not going to worry about it. In fact, I'll do a test here. I got an idea. You can also put this on here. It'll just dissolve what's on the area around it. See it? Right. You really see it. Okay, now I'll wipe it off. I'm going to, oops, clean the roller better. I'm going to do one more coat. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Let's just say that's bueno. Okay, so now I need the clay slab. Yeah, you guys can bring that over and I'll do it right here. Thank you. Now this, you don't want to print directly on super wet clay, but this is still pretty wet, but it could be wetter than this. It's gotten drier. But what I'm going to do now is pick this up, set it on top here. I like to use this tool for burnishing. So we can't run this through a press. So this is the next way to do it, is to
I didn't see what you have in your hand.
burn.
It's like a shoehorn. It's a
It's a-
horn.
From buffalo,
Horn's horn.
water buffalo.
Bottom of a spoon or a rock, the same as?
Same thing, yeah. So before I lift the whole thing off, you lift part of it.
Yeah.
All right, okay, and it'll go back down the same place, so it looks pretty good. Now, I could have put slip on here first and other stuff and let it get up to this consistency and then print on it, because that's what I would normally do. But now I'll lift it up on this end, just to get an idea. And this is good. And there's, you know, it's reticulating when I lift it up. It's leaving a texture, so that means there's lots of ink on the surface, right? So you just say that's okay. And then if I were going to make this tile out of it, then I would use this as a line to cut the slab, right? And that would work. Okay. Now, so we take that off of there. Here's a little schmutz, right? So you can take a sponge and clean that off. Some printmakers leave that stuff as part of the print. It's kind of an aesthetic judgment. On this piece, it looks like a blemish to me, so I can do that and it's gone. Now, it takes a while for this stuff to dry, because it is oil, but it will dry on the surface where you can actually flip it over and do stuff to it. But it'll take at least a few hours. And you can add what's called Japan dryer, or cobalt dryer is even better. And you can add just like a drop of cobalt dryer to your ink, and it'll cause this stuff to dry.
And where do you get that?
From same printmaking supplies, you know. Now, when you get ready to clean this plate so you can use it again, I mean, the simple thing is to, this isn't washing the ink off. This is just, I'm just doing this to smooth the surface down. Okay, so what I use first is, well, what I'll do first is take a piece of paper. Let me just slide this way so I can, I don't want to get this all over too.
Where do you find simple green wipes? I've never seen.
Orchard Supply.
Wow.
So I clean the roller as much as I can, right here, and then I roll over this. And this is picking up ink off of that because I'm pushing hard. See that? Okay, so flip this over. So I want to take some of the ink off of this. You can leave it on there and just reuse it the way it is. Some people do that. But it does eventually fill in all the spaces more. Okay, and then once I get it to that point, take one of these, or two of these, and I'll go over the plate. This helps remove ink. There's not that much left on here.
Excuse me.
Not much at all. And so I guess if you wanted it perfectly clean, I'll try to find, here's a clean area, see what's left. A little bit, but since this is a concentrated stuff, even a minute, yeah, now I can really see it. Okay, and it's really pretty much clean. Okay, so that cleans the plate. Then you rinse this off in clean water and just hang it up with a clip to dry. And that's it.
And then how do you
Right.
store those once they're dried?
I just
Can
put
you
them in a
stack them
folder.
up? Can they
Yeah.
be stacked one on
Yeah,
top
I
of the other?
I just put them in folders. So essentially, anybody in here ever do a lithograph on the traditional stone, limestone block? So this plate here would be on block of limestone at least as big as this bat, about 3 inches thick. It'd weigh several hundred pounds. Right? So I have a folder with like a couple hundred images in it, and I figure I've got, like, I can walk around carrying, 20 tons of litho stones in a folder, right? And this works just as well. So it's really great technology. So anyway, we have to rinse this off. And then when you clean up with this material, and this is basically a pretty non-toxic process here. We're not using any turpentine. This is linseed oil, okay? The only toxic material here would be the oxides, and that's if you get it all over you and in your skin, which so far, you can wear rubber gloves or little gloves like that. But when you clean up, you simply, this extra ink, you could save it in a jar and then reuse it by adding more oil and stuff, but we're not going to do that right now. So just kind of get rid of most of it off the glass. And I'll show you how to clean this in a second.
And what temperature do you usually fire this?
This can be fired from cone 06 to cone 13. Whatever you want to
It's
do.
basically whatever the oxides will take, right?
Yeah, and whatever glazes you're using,
Yeah.
or clay. Okay?
Wouldn't burn out like the,
Nope, never. Never, never, never. Okay, so there's that. Then when you go to clean the roller, set it on your glass, upside down. We use baby oil. Okay, so the first thing,
Is that to keep it soft and
no, it's actually to help
Get a
clean it.
suntan. Remember those days?
You could use mayonnaise or peanut butter, but this is a little easier to deal with. Okay, so I'm just going to use this to start with because it's what I got in my hand. But see how it takes the oil, breaks the oil down, right? Okay, so you want to get most of it off first. Here's where people never clean them properly. The ends have to be cleaned. If you don't get the ends really clean, they get hard, and then when you roll, the roller does a weird shape, and then it puts the ink on your piece really in an odd way, not a good way, right? So you go ahead, and this is just preliminary. Okay, set that aside. I guess I'll use this one. Just to get there's not much left. But here's where people, they don't get the ends clean. And they don't get this bar clean in here. So you want to get that out of there. And then you can run this over a clean piece of paper. Probably wipe it one more time. Now all the oil that's on the plate there, that's used to, it takes all the ink off the glass, just like that. I usually use a paper towel instead of this, but I don't have a paper towel with me, so.
So if there's a little bit of baby oil left on the
That's
glass,
fine,
it's
that's
not going to
fine.
hurt anything
Nope,
next time.
We
nope.
have some here if you want a couple.
I might need a couple, but, okay, so there's that. So now it cleans that cleans this. And I was pretty careful not to get it all over my hands,
Yeah.
right? And if I want to clean the roller one more time, I just pour a little more oil and do it again. It looks pretty good, except, look at that excess off right there.
what is that roller called?
A brayer, yeah. And you don't need, a big roller does not do a better job. It actually is much harder to use. A big roller will not allow you to control where you put the ink, because you can intentionally ink your plate heavier and lighter and so forth with a smaller roller. So that's an important feature. This is a good, what is this, 4 inches or 3 inches? 3 inches. And
Yeah, 3
Yeah.
inches.
and so it's, this is the size I usually prefer. I can control, And then, like I said, these plates come in different sizes, but you can get sheets, Pronto-Plate sheets that are 24 by 32. right? But that's a little too big for most ceramic stuff. You know, I mean, you could use it, but you gotta have a printer that prints 24 by 32.
Exactly.
Right, so you can take it to Kinko's or someplace like that,
Yeah.
and they can do that. But the problem is, before I'd have them burn it onto a plate, I'd make sure that it looked right on a piece of paper. And I'd say that to you guys as well. Before you copy something, make sure you copy it onto paper first and make sure it's as dark as you want and, you know, centered where you want it and all of those kind of issues, right? Before you burn it on there. Because if you don't, and you can put things on darker than you think, burn them on there darker than you think because you're inking over it. The image you see on the frontal plate is not the image that you're printing exactly. Or on the, did I say that right? Yeah, the image on the frontal plate, even if it looks dark, that doesn't mean you're printing it dark. So if you don't have enough toner in, like I have students do that, I don't want it too dark, so they print these really light images. Well, there wasn't enough toner into the plastic to hold the ink, right? So that could be a problem. So now this is all clean, I think. Yep, that's clean, and that's clean. And so all you've got here is this, and this is non-toxic stuff. You don't need to worry about fire, you know, or anything like that. Yeah, it's a very cool process. You no longer have to, you know, deal with the, you don't need the ventilation that you would need and all of that, because the early lithography was all with turpentine, mineral spirits, and lots of kind of nasty stuff. I don't know why they did that. Exactly. So then if you got, yeah, we're done here, but if you were going to make something out of this, then you could, you know, cut this out and make whatever it is you were going to make. But there's really a lot to this.
When it dries up, is there a danger of you smearing it?
Not when it's dry. When if it's totally dry, it's like hard. It's very hard. But this slab is getting a little stiff. If I wanted to bend it around now, it might be a problem. So what I would do is I'd probably pick this up, put a sheet of plastic down, maybe spray water on the plastic, set the slab on there, cover it, and then it'll suck it back up, you know, and it'll get soft again. You know, if you let this get too dry, it's too dry.
So does this dry does the clay have to dry before this part gets dry?
I don't know. They kind of dry together.
Okay.
Actually, it's like the way water soaks into the ground.
Yeah.
You know, as the oil sits, it penetrates, and below the surface, it goes out. Right? But there's plenty of oxide here to do all kinds of things.
Lovely.
You know, and this image I've used a lot, so it's starting to get filled in. I'm noticing on the arm here, the spaces are getting closer and closer. So I probably need to make a new image. Yeah, definitely. It's still okay, but it changes. That's why when you do prints with additions, you know, 1 through 100, well, they look different by the time you get to the end.
Yeah.
For lots of reasons. A lot of times it's just wear and tear on the plates.
And the simple green doesn't affect the printed image on your plate?
Nope.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, if I were to flood it on there and let it sit on there, it'd probably
Yeah, it usually
dissolve
takes
it.
paint.
Yeah. Yeah. But I don't use a lot of it, just enough to, you know. You do not want to clean those with the mineral oil.
Right.
If you get mineral oil in this, it's done with. You know, it won't come out of there. It fills the pores
It
up.
sucks it up.
Yeah. So you want to be careful about that. So do you have any other questions about this?
That was wonderful.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.